Hello, everyone. We are back live from the Ord Compound House. Today, joined by some real deal builders, OGs in the space. Been running around here for a long time. Finally getting to meet Danny in person. Amanda, been on the panel a couple times, so excited to talk today. We've got Amanda and Danny from On-Chain Monkey. Why don't you guys give a quick intro to yourself? Amanda, who are you? What do you do?
Sure. First of all, thank you so much for having us. Really excited about today. My name is Amanda Terry. I am co-founder and chief operating officer of MetaGood. MetaGood is the company behind On-Chain Monkey and Ordinal's marketplace, Oshura.
Beautiful.
Morning. Yeah, I'm Danny Yang. I'm the creator of On-Chain Monkey and co-founder, with Amanda here.
Totally. So I will say, we're at Bitcoin Nashville, right? So we've got a mix of people. We got Rune people, we got Ordinal people, we got laser eyes walking around here. Danny, you've been in Bitcoin for like so long, like it's pretty wild. Who have you been meeting here? Like, what have been like the vibes? Are you meeting like old school maxis? Are you meeting new builders? How's Nashville been so far?
Well, it's been great, and it's a mix of people. I mean, this I think is the biggest Bitcoin conference ever. So a lot of people here. Yeah, the OGs are here. They're new people. I think lots of new people. Well, the early events that happened were Ordinal's Nashville. So that's like the Ordinal's crew, and we're part of that, and we know a lot of, or we see a lot of the same, I guess, Ordinal's folks, both on crypto Twitter and in the recent Ordinal's events here. Yeah. Actually yesterday I went to the Litecoin Summit. So
yeah, how was that?
It was nice. It's so So it's run by the Litecoin Foundation, and Charlie Lee is very involved in that, and Charlie Lee is also On-Chain Monkey supporter. Yeah. So it's great. I mean, Litecoin is an OG cryptocurrency.
That's his OG. I mean, that's before Ethereum. So right? Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. So yeah, no, Litecoin is going strong. So it's good to see their community.
Yeah.
It's about community, right? Like
Totally.
Right now we're in this big Bitcoin community, but Litecoin has a strong community. And yeah, it's OGs. They've been around many years.
Totally. And
so that was yesterday, and today, yeah, I think we'll be heading over to Bitcoin, the main conference,
nice.
A little later today.
Oh yeah, nice. So I was gonna say, you guys had a pretty exciting release recently. Oshura was like, I mean, that was is that the biggest gen art drop on Bitcoin so far?
Well, okay, so it's Bitcoin Ordinals, right? It's actually great for art, and that's what we've been saying, for I guess year and a half.
Yeah.
And in particular for gen art, right? So generate art, which is you take a little piece of code, right, and then that creates or generates a bunch of art. And so for gen art on Bitcoin, especially when I say or long form gen art on Bitcoin. So when I say long form, I mean like gen art that's generates a large collection, so 10,000 or more. And that type of generative art on Bitcoin, there's only a handful. Floriforms was one that launched early this year, but in the last 3 or 4 months, there's been no long-form gen art launch on Bitcoin. So we helped Alexiandre, which was an awesome generative artist.
Totally.
His work has mostly been on Ethereum, but he's done other chains too. But he's maybe quite well known for the friendship bracelets.
Oh
right?
Yeah.
This really amazing generative art, long-form generative art. It's a large collection, right? It's even more than 10,000.
Totally.
And so he's been working on this collection that we just launched called Frontline. That's a 10,000 collection on Bitcoin, on Ordinals, his first Bitcoin launch. And yeah, it was, I mean, he was taking kind of a big leap into Ordinals and doing it, as I said, last few months, no one has done anything like this, right? Yeah, it was the launch. I think it went great, and the art is great, and you can, and so on Sure, you can see the thumbnails now, so you can actually easily view it in the gallery view and see kind of how the art looks approximately, because it's actually it's a dynamically rendered art.
Yeah.
And actually, it's very computation intensive. So when you open it, it actually takes quite a few seconds or even minutes for it to really render fully on your display. So we did that for 10,000, and it took us a lot of CPU power to do it. And they're also not fully rendered. They render up to a certain point. So you can see it as it's being rendered. And the art is it's called Frontline for a reason, because it's about the front line that's formed between two opposing forces or sides.
Yep.
And so you can see the front line as it's partially formed, you can say, in the thumbnails that we put on Oshura. So yeah, check out Oshura.
And I believe it was actually the first long-form generative art collection on Bitcoin that incorporated traits from another collection. So we actually incorporated traits from On-Chain Monkey Genesis. So if you're an OCM holder, you could pick your monkeys that would then influence your front line based on the fur traits, if you had a rare earring 3 through 6, and then also like your token ID, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, totally. I was gonna say frontline's like the like analogy of like, I guess, opposing sides battling. Here, that's happening. I'm seeing BRC20 versus Runes people. I'm seeing Maxis versus Ordinals. It's like a
Trump, not Trump.
Yeah, exactly. Trump, not Trump. Exactly. It's an apt, I don't know, analogy to what's been happening in the space. How did you guys first get hooked up with Alexis? Because he is like, friendship bracelets was. I mean, I remember the drop like it was like it was yesterday. Because every friend, I was like, check if you can claim one. You got an art blocks. You got anything. Check your wallet. And then it was just like one of the funnest like 3 weeks. Like all we talked about was friendship bracelets, I remember, and then so he's super OG.
Yeah, I mean, did over 60 million in secondary trading. I mean, that was like Ethereum, right? But yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the story with Lexi goes way back, actually. So OCM launched in 2021 on Ethereum, and the inspiration for so OCM was inspired by it's on-chain art, and it was inspired by things like art blocks because it's art blocks is OCM is also generative art, right? It's a piece of code that generates a whole 10K collection, right? So the idea or kind of the inspiration for OCM for generative art is really art block. Art blocks built that generative art community on Ethereum, and so after OCM came out, there were actually a bunch of collectors who came over, like these art block collectors who kind of appreciate that because it's still pretty. You could say it's a niche market, back years ago, and so we had a bunch of collectors who overlapped, and I think one of the art crypto art collectors, he was friends with Alexi, and then he introduced us to him, and then we chatted and we kind of hit it off.
Nice.
And we collaborated with him on a few things. So maybe Amanda can talk about kind of the first collaboration.
Yeah, so some of our advisors, one of them is Luis Hoyos, who was the producer of Game Changers, Racing Extinction, and The Cove, and he had projected animals that were going to be extinct on the Empire State Building to promote his film and like to make awareness about animal extinction. So he had an opportunity at COP26 to project some art during the climate conference on the side of the Armadillo Building in Scotland while world leaders were meeting. And we happened to get connected with Alexi, and we said, how cool would it be to put his generative art like IRL on the side of this gigantic building to inspire 1 billion people to think about the climate change crisis. And so that's exactly what we did. And so, from an artist perspective, obviously you've been in galleries, maybe you've done other live exhibitions, but there's nothing quite like seeing your art, in Scotland during COP26. So we worked with them on that. And then, fast forward, originally we were talking about doing a collection on Ethereum. Yeah. And then when the Ordinals protocol came out, we said, hey, Alexi, like, what about Ordinals? Like, you've never done anything on Bitcoin. Yeah. Bitcoin is a great medium for art, right? Because it's like the most secure, like has the most longevity. So if we can make it happen, would you be open to that? So he, as Danny said, he really did take kind of a leap of faith as a very successful generative artist for decades. I mean, I think he did a little on Tezos too, but mostly Ethereum to come over to Bitcoin. And so this was his first 10K.
You brought him. You convinced
him. We brought him over. We brought him. I mean, we've also worked as, I've talked about, we've worked with Patrick Emmett as well. And there's a number of artists who've approached us to help them with art on Bitcoin.
I was going to ask that because Patrick, obviously, he's one of my friends. He's one of my I argue with him, almost weekly right now about art stuff because he's always, stirring the pot, thinking of great stuff. And then Alexis, you've got like two amazing people. If you're an artist out there, how would you be part of Osiro? What should you do to get on your radar and be like, hey, I got something good. Like, I want to work with y'all.
Yeah, so actually I had to tweet this morning because I was looking at the data for just how the mint went, the frontline mint, right? So because it was only a week ago, and many people didn't think we could mint a 10,000 generative art collection on Bitcoin in this current market.
Oh, yes.
It is first it's kind of bearish. NFTs are kind of bearish right now, and Ordinals is so new that there aren't that many people in Ordinals, right? Compared to Ethereum, there are a lot more people in Ethereum than Ordinals. So yeah, I mean, we were able to do it, and then, so I was looking at the data of how did it go? Now it's a week later, and what's kind of amazing is that so the OCM community, we actually went out to a lot of different communities. In fact, we're targeting the communities that really cared about art. Right, they collect art. They have a kind of a more collector mentality. So that was the majority of the mint. But OCM had, because it was OCM is like the main partner project. We OCM community had the largest allocation. Yep. And I was looking at it, well, okay, so who really shows like their kind of for example, you can look at the listings on the marketplace and see like, who's selling, right? And I looked at it and I looked at, like I looked over 50 listings, the lowest ones, and said like, are OCM selling? And there's like 0 OCM in that, which is pretty amazing considering that OCM only minted,
so you hear that, all you OCMs out there.
Yeah,
okay,
so
Danny's looking. Okay, if you, he's looking.
No, curiosity. Yeah, I got
Put
you.
it to a different wallet if you're okay. Sorry.
No, but what I mean is, if you're an artist, right? I mean, the artist wants to find collectors that care about their art, right? And so, like, we do have a community here in OCM that actually does really care about art. So, join our community, talk to us, share your art. We want to hear about it.
We did offer a allow list to over 300 communities, not just ordinals, but also other chains.
Nice,
and, we integrated also the Magic Eden wallet so we could make it easier for people on Solana and Ethereum to also be able to buy ordinals. So we really did make an effort. But we did have meetings. We literally had spreadsheets and we're like, let's talk about these communities. And how do we think, they're going to interact with the art, and are they collectors and are they good actors in the space, and are they builders? And those are the people we're like, let's bring them in. And then we gave, very small allocations to, a number of large, number of communities.
Now you have good data too, because you have all those communities. Now we can also go back and look at who, because, you did evaluations of all of them. It's actually interesting. How do you tell, like, okay, these are good collectors, these are flippers? How can you figure that out? I mean, there's data out there, but there's also just vibes, I guess. But
yeah, well, I think it's, you want a mix of people, right? It's not like, I think, who was talking about this recently? For example, like when you launch a large collection, like when you launch like a small collection, like 5 pieces or 10 pieces or even 100 pieces, is not that important, right?
Yeah.
But when you have a large collection, like 10,000, you actually want a breadth of different people, right? You do want the hardcore collectors who really care about art. You definitely want to include all of them. But because there's 10,000, there's enough room for getting basically new people. And some of them are more, like new, and they may not understand art, but you want to also bring some of them in, right? Yep. So it's kind of getting both depth and breadth of kind of the market. And so,
We definitely looked at like who gave allow list to On-Chain Monkey. We wanted to honor that back to them. So there was like that process, but it was a process.
Yeah, there is a thing, like you want, sometimes people's first piece of art can be really special too. Like they weren't an art collector yet. You start in PFPs and all of a sudden you're like, oh, here's my first one, and you can start your art collection. So you don't want to always be like, only if you have a Fidenza, then you can buy this. Like someone's got to start somewhere. So
and this, we want to get new people into ordinals too. So it's not like we were trying to reach also like the Ethereum art collectors who haven't touched ordinals yet, and some of them are kind of a little bit against ordinals. So it's like, well,
I will say I'm one of those Ethereum art collectors that came over to ordinals, and I'm still in the chats and all the discords, and it's funny because every day you just see another person defect, another person go over. But I think a lot of it too is it just takes time. Like when ordinals first came out, they're like, okay, Ethereum art. Who wants Ethereum art? Buy ordinals. After 6 months, then a year, then a year and a half, people start to say, okay, you guys are building over there, you're staying. So it does take a little bit of time. Okay, so like you've done Patrick, you've done Alexis. Is there anyone? Oh, nice. Is there anyone like? Are you going to go deeper into the Gen Art side? Because Patrick was actually on the AI art side, right? And then now you've done Gen Art. Are you looking for different types of art each time, or are you like going to go deeper on this Gen Art thing? Because truthfully, that's the biggest Gen Art release, right, on Ordinal. So you kind of are pioneering it.
I mean, we're pretty open to any art. So we want people to join and talk to us about their art, and we'll help them.
Okay, nice. What were the technical limitations of like doing the 10K? Like how much like planning and work, and when you actually were doing the inscribing, like what was that like? Was it you have a war room going and?
Yeah.
In his brain, that's Danny's war room.
Well, so this one's particularly hard because, as Amanda mentioned, we also incorporated some traits from OCM Genesis, and doing that type of mint process is difficult because we were also doing parent-child recursion, and there's lots of moving pieces.
Totally.
But for there are other ways to do it that are much simpler or easier to launch, that are less stressful and intense.
No, but you chose the stressful one. You got to pick it. Yeah.
Because we didn't know how many monkeys could choose to choose their monkey, but they could also choose to just do random mints and see if they get something better than what they have currently. So I mean, we didn't actually know the inputs for the collection until the mint was completed.
Totally.
Which some people are like, well, why don't we get the art right away? It's like, well, we have to generate the art from the inputs post mint. We have to finish the mint to even 100%. Know what's going to happen. Yeah. So Alexi, Danny, myself, like none of the team knew what it was going to look like before it was done.
Yeah, that's a little wild. Wait, so what was that like? Were you guys on like a call together and you're generating as they're being generated? Like, yeah, that must have been exciting.
Well, no. So once we get all the information, it's kind of all automated too.
Gotcha.
So not so. And also, people may not have seen it because it was hard to tell the way it was launched. But there was in the art there was a block hash or block number that the art would reveal. So before that, no one actually would know what it, and it was basically randomized by the block hash. That was a future block, and that happened, it's a week ago. So people who saw it in their wallet right when it was inscribed to them, when they first opened up in anywhere on ordinals.com, they couldn't actually see the art. It would just say, to be revealed or something like that. Yeah, and then it was later that day. So we set it in a short window that it would reveal, basically that day, or actually a couple hours later. So
I was just Frontline being one of the more intensive projects, like ordinals.com, there's limitations sometimes, you know what I mean? Sometimes it takes a minute to load some stuff up here. How'd you guys think about where the art's going to be viewed? Are you thinking of ordinals.com or Magic Eden as the primary viewing place, or?
Yeah, so we're thinking both today and also in the future. Yeah. So in this case, Alexi designed this art that it'll age well with time because it looks good now. But you had to render it for maybe 30 seconds on your laptop. Maybe on the mobile, it works on some. You just have to wait, and it's kind of lower res, so it still comes out nice. Like you can see it in different resolutions. The overall look is the same, but when you have it on bigger resolution, then you can see some more detail, and it can be can look nicer. Especially when you put on a bigger display, it looks nicer. So in the future, when you have 8K or maybe 16K display right somewhere, then it'll look quite good. But you need a pretty powerful computer to render it really quickly.
Well, that's good. That's a flex.
You'll have that in the future.
Totally. Well, no, I like that too. It's like, oh, you're an art collector. You don't got a good GPU. What are you doing? Do you like art or not? You gotta encourage the nerds to invest in their art showing ability, I guess. So, I will say there's been a kind of a trend in ordinals where people are trying to figure out you can't do what you can do on Ethereum, right? There's limitations there's size limitations. There's a bunch of restrictions you get to, and we've seen artists have to adapt to that in different ways. Some of it, that's why pixel art always has thrived on chain, is because it's a lot simpler to do, or SVG, simple stuff like that. How was that with Alexi, actually figuring out what the limitations were? Did you find out he was like, okay, I want to do this, and you're like, okay, that's not going to fit. We got to back up. We got to compress.
Yeah. So what's unique about Alexi is, so he's been a generative artist for almost, I think, or more than 2 decades, right? 20 plus wild. Years. But his background is actually, he has a PhD in computer science.
So you're good. You're good.
He understands algorithms. He understands all the different algorithms used for generative art, right? So that is his field. So his work is pretty much code that's on chain and and very small. His work works well on, or rather, he doesn't need the. He's been an art blocks artist for a while, but he actually doesn't need the art blocks framework because he already writes code that generates art. In fact, it's harder for him, or more restrictive on Ethereum because of how hard it is actually to just take his code and then put it on chain and render it. And the amazing thing about Ordinals is actually kind of perfect for that. Really, we just had to take his code. And if we didn't involve the whole using recursion to do trade from Genesis, he could have just done an inscription just off the bat. Yeah. But then we did this extra stuff that was actually kind of complicated part. But there's certain types of art that works really well for Ordinals, and basically it's actually Alexi's type of, which is generative art. You write code and it renders and displays a bunch of outputs that also take random inputs and creates cool art.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's lucky. I forgot that because also I know Alexi. I've seen him talk. I think he does Rust too. He programs in quite a few cool different languages. But if you're already got that computer science background, you're in this world already. I think there was a thing on Ethereum. A lot of people came over and they said, "I'm not a programmer, but I am an artist." And then they learn the tools. And then one of the problems you saw is okay, it's not efficient. It's a little big, And then now we're seeing the trend of you have to have the skill, the tools to be able to make it fit on chain properly. And he's already doing it. So yeah, that's beautiful. So, Osura, for how are you guys thinking about this platform in the future? How do you it's right now in my mind, it seems like you guys are trying to work with top people, but across, you got Patrick, you got Alexi, so you got, Patrick's disturbing stuff all over. Alexi, absolute art blocks, OG, Gen Art, God. How do you position yourself? It feels like you guys like the technical art platform, or do you guys, inside this Ordinals art space?
Well, right now, because it's so early, we had to build a lot of infrastructure, and we have the white glove service, which takes a lot of effort. So that's why we've launched so few things, because each one is actually a big undertaking. And I think as we build out more infrastructure, then it'll be more of we can basically more self-serve. But right now it's still very white glove.
Nice. Okay, so in the beginning, it's like, you got to come over here. We're gonna make sure you do a beautiful launch. In the future, it might be a platform where I got some Gen Art. I'm gonna go over here. This is where I want to actually inscribe stuff. Nice.
Yeah, and also to highlight the art so that it's not lost in all the noise. So
totally,
and also looks good there.
Well, I was gonna ask you, how do you do that? Because right now, how do you keep the art not getting lost in the noise? You know what I mean? I sometimes go through just ordinals.com and I look at every single inscription, and you see waves of art come in. You see waves of BRC20s or whatever happen. Like, it's because the space is moving so fast now with how much we're inscribing. How do you like stand above the rest?
Yeah, I think we haven't launched many, so you kind of stand out just because we've done so few.
Yeah, totally. So on the side, because I'm obviously I'm an art nerd, so I'm always like talking Oshura stuff. So on-chain monkey, obviously it's been like one of the communities that came over to Bitcoin so early. I mean, you like took the community and brought them over, and it's like all of my on-chain monkey friends are Bitcoin, like ordinal crazy. They got the best bags. they know everything that's happening here. So when you come to something like this, are you finding yourself like on-chain monkey? You've converted people from ETH over to Bitcoin, but are you finding like you're now recruiting people straight from Bitcoin, or are you more like onboarding people from the other chain?
I think right now it's still, not just OCM, but the whole Ordinals space is pretty much, Ethereum and Solana people from other chains. But we're here at Bitcoin Nashville because we want to bring in, more Bitcoin people, right? To convince them that, see, the Bitcoin community is actually very unique. They are hodlers, and you can even see that on just how Bitcoin, the chain itself, works.
Yep.
Like prior to Ordinals, no one was using Bitcoin as sending Bitcoin transactions. Everyone was just holding Bitcoin.
I'm not going to spend my sats. Stack sats.
So everyone just holds Bitcoin. They don't do anything with it, and they're happy. They're happy that way because they believe nothing else beats Bitcoin in terms of holding some asset, right? So to get them over, you have to really impress upon them. Well, you can actually do more with this. Like, this is worth holding over Bitcoin. Yeah. And that's actually very hard, right? So you have, and it takes time, right? But they're starting to see that Ordinals can be interesting, and then within Ordinals, and what are the possible interesting things, in Ordinals. So
yeah, I was gonna say that there's, if you're a person who's just been like trying to stack your Bitcoin for so long, you're like, you want a graffiti on my money? No, hey, that's in my vault over there. But at the same time, someone who has gold, they're like, it's in the vault, it's good. But some people do like to wear a gold chain. They want a gold ring. They want to show off. I got an asset
that's a really good analogy. Yeah.
Yeah, you want to flex. You want to flex your, yeah. On that side, so when you're talking to actually like these like type of maxis, I'm curious, do you talk about like rare sats in that kind of world? Because that's another thing that if you talk to like maxis, you can sometimes say like, you might have some of these rare sats. You might be able to pull out a couple and make some extra money and get more Bitcoin. If you just want to, if you don't think that rare sats are worth it, but you can sell them for more, you can get more sats. Yeah,
so that's a great point, and that was actually one of the cool things of how Casey launched Ordinals, in that he basically he said, well, there's this there's this rarity scale, right? Like uncommon sats and rare sats, and so he basically put all these within the Bitcoin ecosystem, like all the hodlers suddenly have these things, right? So some of them are going to look in and say, oh, actually I have this stuff, maybe I'm going to participate.
That is a good way of getting people to be like, you're already collecting. Like, I didn't even know I was collecting. You already are. So, check your wallet, and with companies like Magic Eden and others actually having features when you're transferring stuff out of your wallet saying you're about to transfer a rare sat has been a pretty good, I think, helpful, even though I think that the maxis aren't in the Magic Eden wallet, so.
Yeah, not yet, but gradually.
Yeah. So for that, since you guys you guys have the OCM, MetaGood, Osura, there's also all the other platforms. How do you guys like interact with all of them? Do you find yourself like, Magic Eden, hey guys, OCM, obviously there's a presence on there, are you having meetings with these people and trying to like say like, hey, this isn't working on, because you guys are doing more technical stuff, right?
Yeah, so what's cool about the Ordinals space is it's very collaborative. So Magic Eden, Xverse, Leather, we all talk to each other and work together to try to support this new protocol. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot to be built, and each of these companies has done a lot in the last year to build.
We're definitely on Telegram groups with all of them, and we give feedback. I mean, you gave a lot of project feedback going into this. Like on every launch we've done, that things weren't supported yet by infrastructure, and I think that's happened. I mean, but Danny, you've given a lot of feedback to help push the Ordinals infrastructure forward with feedback, right? And then it makes it easier for the next collection who wants to do whatever.
Yeah, and everyone's very responsive. All the teams are very responsive. So yeah, it's like this is kind of very, very unique time in
I was saying that's a common theme I'm hearing from a lot of people. It's like people were saying back even in the ETH days just a couple of years ago, it was more PvP, and now it's definitely more collaborative. Everyone's trying to like lift up the ecosystem versus like only us. I'm not telling you what we're doing. So
it always says we want to grow the pie, right? So it's like, of course I'm going to go to the other like PFP events, of course, and there are investors too, we all like try to support each other, and we're all I think trying to grow this pie, right? We all realize like we believe in Ordinals, we believe in Bitcoin, we know it's early, and we want to just grow it, right? Grow the community, bring more people in.
Totally,
right?
yeah. Infighting doesn't
people
help
aren't
that.
usually just going to own like one NFT. They're going to buy a bunch of collections. So like whoever brings the next person in, like they're going to buy your stuff, they're going to buy other people's stuff, and that's great, right? 100%. And they'll get liquidity, and then they'll buy other stuff. So it's like, we just got to grow it.
Well, it's also interesting too because it's like we're the community aspect of PFPs. It's you have like a Discord or a Telegram or a Twitter chat where everyone's talking in one. And if they're all just in one and that they only can focus on that, sometimes it can get like kind of toxic and negative because there's no news. It's like, where's the news? They have news. If you have a lot of groups to go to, it's I like baseball. Baseball season's off. I'm going watching football. I'm not like, where's the baseball? You can kind of go around to different places. Do you find, are there specific communities you find like you have a good overlap with OCM?
So I think there is some a tweet recently that showed it had a 2x2 grid showing kind of the actual wallet overlap. And actually we've done some of that analysis ourselves just to look at. And I think one community we overlap with quite a bit is Pizza Ninjas. So
really?
They're also a nice community, and they did a lot of community building events here.
Totally.
Like we own them. They own. I mean, Trevor also with Bitcoin Frontier Fund is an investor in Metagood. Okay, so there's a lot of I think overlap there.
Totally.
For sure. Yeah, their event was
fun.
Inscribing Nashville was incredible. But then I actually went off to like the Bit Gala. I went to the Ledger event, and then I went back out there to the Pizza Ninja event. And it was super fun. That night.
I didn't get to make it all.
I didn't do the dunk tank. I will say that, but I mean, I did.
Anyone get in that dunk tank?
Jan, I think, went up from Xverse, and I'm trying to think who else.
Right.
I was with Tio last night at Karate Combat, and I was like, did anyone actually do the dunk tank? And I think Jan, he mentioned a couple of people, but I mean, Jan stuck in my head because apparently he was the second one, and he was a bit like the throw wherever they were throwing was like a little too far, so he was just sitting there not getting wet. I heard, I don't know who did this, but someone just went up there and like hit dunked the thing and dunked him, and I'm like, that's awesome.
Yeah, I was gonna say if you're mad at a founder, you got to get him in the dunk tank. That's the key. Okay, you dunk him.
Like he's too dry. We need to just get him wet. Let's go.
Nice. So you mentioned protocols a second ago, and there is Ordinals, things are building so fast. I'm talking 1,000 builders. There's not just like runes that have, runes aren't that old at all right now. BRC20 before, maybe there's BRC20 2.0. There's things like DMT. There's so many things happening. Like, how do you like keep up with all of those changes? And like, when do you decide to like disseminate that to the community? When it's like, let's educate, because it seems like OCM always has been a pretty education-focused group.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, and that's one thing about having a community is that, everyone has something to offer, and people learn about the different things and they share, right? So in Discord they share, or on Twitter they share.
Yeah.
And we share what we know, but we don't know everything. So
totally.
Yeah.
Well, so like something like runes or BRC20. When do you say like, okay, we should look at this and maybe we should be incorporating this into the Metagood world? How do you like make that decision? How do you know it's mature enough, or
Yeah, I mean, there's no single answer. I mean, right now we have we were busy with Frontline, for the last couple months, and then coming up will be so OCM has the Genesis collection on that Ethereum that's in this process of moving over.
Yep.
Over 80% have moved over.
That's the amazing stat. That is just amazing. Yeah.
And then so there's Genesis and there's Karma, the PFP, that like nicely hand drawn one on Ethereum. So that one is coming over, and it'll have some cool features on the Bitcoin side. So that's going to be our big next.
Okay, cool.
Launch.
Nice. So back a little it's a refocus on the OCM community and your helping them. Break that down a little bit. Like, what's the difference if I'm coming into OCM Karma versus like the original OCM? How do I decide?
Right. So there's two. For OCM, there are two main collections. In terms of, I mean, there's also a few smaller ones. Like Dimensions is actually really
Dimensions.
very cool. 300 collection of the art on Bitcoin. Very kind of OG collection. But the two main like big collections are Genesis and Karma. And so one is 10,000. So Genesis is 10,000. That's the original collection that launched in 2021 and had this teleburn process. And with the teleburn, it actually includes new art. It includes these deconstructed, that abstract art, and the certificate of ownership, which is this conceptual art of kind of how do you own a digital asset on Ethereum and on Bitcoin.
Totally, yeah.
So 4 inscriptions for every monkey that teleburned over. So obviously we were eligible, for a lot of airdrops too.
Totally,
so
yeah. That's a great thing for everyone, yeah.
But yeah, so I mean, the Karma, it's an interesting story. So Genesis, Danny obviously created, it was done in a single Ethereum transaction. That's why the art is relatively simple to get it all to fit in a single Ethereum transaction. And then we did a 10,000 airdrop of desserts. So kind of think like, I guess the mutant serums or whatever, right? And then you could eat, the Genesis monkeys eat their different desserts and then create their Karma monkeys. And the Karma monkey was actually an on-chain monkey holder who tweeted kind of a version of his monkey, and it was so popular, got so many likes on Twitter that reached out to him. Turned out he was part of the Hollywood animation team behind Ice Age, Rio, and Ferdinand.
Oh, wow.
And so he hired his former boss and his colleague, and they came over and for over 9 months hand drew the Karma collection.
Wow.
But all of the traits from the Karma collection actually obviously are reflected from the Genesis monkey. So, you have your OCM Genesis, you eat your dessert, and then you can get your Karma monkey. But it's beautiful art. And that is also coming over to Bitcoin. So that's kind of the next big thing we'll be working on. It probably, you were saying, will it still be the highest resolution art on Bitcoin at this point, or do we know?
It depends on
okay.
That's hard to say, but what I mean is, it'll be pretty cool how we're doing it, and people appreciate kind of how to do something kind of new and innovative on Bitcoin. And so, but if you're a new person to OCM, basically, I think these are the two main collections that you could come in, and there's different ways to basically I guess acquire them. So there's Genesis on Bitcoin, which is the main one, but there's also the one on Ethereum. So you could actually buy Genesis on Ethereum still.
Oh, nice.
There's 1,000 something left there.
There's a good price arb right now if you buy on Ethereum.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and then you can still port over to Bitcoin for Genesis.
Oh, wow.
And then obviously all the Karma that's on Ethereum will also be moving to Bitcoin as well.
There's some alpha people.
It's a little alpha there, alpha there.
That was good. And actually, speaking of that, you guys have such a good community where you have like builders actually in there who step up here. Spirit asked the question too. Danny, apparently I got to ask you about bots. What's going on? I'm Began Bot. They call me Began Bot for a reason.
Wait, why did they call you Began Bot?
My name's Began. I make bots.
You make bots.
That's where I came from.
Like real robots.
No, like any bot.
Like art bot.
Like Twitter bots, Discord bots, Twitch bots.
Like not a robot.
Yeah, or
like
my job for a while was making bots to be fake ticket buyers to then prevent bots. My bots have been kind of my yeah. So Danny, I don't know what spirit means, but he always knows something. He's got some alpha.
Yeah, I mean, bots are floating around the Bitcoin blockchain right now.
What do you mean they're floating around? You deployed some? You want to share any info?
We deployed a bunch of bots, so they're floating around.
Can you share what they do? Come on, now you're being mysterious. I want to know, okay?
Yeah, they're hanging out in people's wallets.
Okay, there's bots hanging. Okay, see, like I feel like you and Spirit know something that I don't.
They have not yet publicly announced what they're going to do.
Okay, see, Spirit. He's
there you go, Spirit.
Okay,
there you go, Spirit.
Okay, that's good. There's some alpha happening. That actually sounds pretty exciting here. Okay, right when the bot info comes, you got to tell me, okay? Because no joke, I'm a big bot fan. All right, I was banned from Twitter for the first time in I don't even know, it was like 2013 for my first Twitter bot, and I've been getting banned ever since, just for fun stuff too. I wasn't doing bad stuff. I was tweeting poems and stuff. So, on the OCM side for like the Ethereum over to Bitcoin, you said something really interesting, which I haven't heard talked about too much, which is you actually get this certificate of ownership between the two. Like, how did that come apart? And can you kind of break down like what that looks like?
Sure. Well, and basically it's a conceptual art piece inspired by one that Mitchell F. Chan did back in many years ago, I think 2017 or so. Called, it's nicknamed IKB for that was inspired by an earlier work by an artist named Klein, and IKB is International Klein Blue because
Yes.
he was a conceptual artist, and
I love that you know this.
Of course. Oh, he got his own blue, his own special blue. And remember, you can't recreate it. Other people have come in and said, I'm going to try and create the blue. They couldn't do it. They tried. He spent forever. He's one of the most interesting artists. You actually had to pay him in gold for the paintings, but I always love. And apparently threw the gold in the river too. Yes.
Oh my God, I love it. I love it.
There's a long story on that. But for us, it's so digital ownership, what does it actually mean to own something, right? So like you bought a JPEG. What does it mean to own it? It's what the community says you own it. And Bitcoin's the same way, actually. Bitcoin, there's a mysterious ledger that's there's no real ledger, but it exists somehow. It's a concept, right? That people have. That actually, a lot of people in the world have this concept, right? The Bitcoin ledger. They have this concept, and because there's this ledger says you have a Bitcoin, then everyone agrees you have a Bitcoin. Right. So what about for NFTs and these other digital assets? Well, Ethereum has a smart contract, and it says, well, you own this. Or on Ethereum, it's the ERC-721 kind of protocol for NFTs, and it's basically kind of a unique identifier for NFT. Right. So it could be on IPFS, it could be on centralized server, but what you actually see on Ethereum is just this long hash or some ID. Right. So that is the social consensus of, well, you own this Bored Ape, for example. For On-Chain Monkey, because it's an on-chain work, the smart contract actually generates more than just that unique number. It actually generates an SVG file, which then you can render on a computer, and you can say, well, you own this image of a monkey. So it's a little bit more, I guess, concrete or less conceptual, maybe. But okay, now what does it mean to actually port from Ethereum to Bitcoin? Then what is that concept of ownership? And so that's what the certificate of ownership represents. So it's actually an inscription on Bitcoin that is of a kind of a ownership certificate.
That's right, yeah.
And it has actually the hash. So it's custom for everyone. Whoever teleburns is custom for that person because it actually says which Genesis number it is, the transaction hash where the teleburn happened on Ethereum that's inscribed on Bitcoin, all these details. And so that then because the way Teleburn works is that you actually send the Ethereum asset to an unspendable address. So you cannot, like even though we say you still own it, or we all agree that you still own that Genesis on Ethereum too, and on Bitcoin, you can't actually send it on the Ethereum network, but you have a certificate on the Bitcoin network that says you actually own that. So that's kind of the idea of this. And you could take one step further, like so for IKB and for Mitchell's work, or you were talking about throwing the gold in the river. So for the original Klein work, right, it was that there was a ritual that you would do with the artist, and he did it for a few collectors, right? They went to the riverside or riverbank, and then the collector would come and bring some gold, a certain amount of gold, and give it to Klein, and then Klein would take half the gold and throw it in the river, and then he would keep the other half. That's his payment, and then he would write a certificate of ownership, basically, or receipt to the collector. But the collector was supposed to, I think, destroy it or something. But what Mitchell did with his work was that concept too. Like he had this Ethereum smart contract where you could pay to mint it, and half of it would go to Mitchell, half of it would be burned, and then you get the certificate, which is the thing, the kind of part of art. And then to truly own the art, you're supposed to burn that certificate that you just paid for. And for Mitchell's work, and so Mitchell's work actually was auctioned on Sotheby's several times. And during the previous bull market, when it was really hot, a single piece sold for over $1 million.
Oh my God! Wow.
So it's actually, and there are quite a few collectors that collect like that, because Mitchell is a fine artist.
Oh, totally. Well, the Boys was like one of the funnest.
One
of the most. It was like fantasy baseball in art. It was like one of the funnest. Like I literally showed my dad. He's like, I don't care about this art, this weird art stuff you're doing. I'm like, check this out. It's fantasy baseball. He's like, all right, it's pretty cool. All right, this one's pretty good.
So only one person has ever burned Mitchell's work, right? And
really? Yeah.
And it's funny. The story is, it's actually my friend who minted it back. He minted the first and second of Mitchell's works, and he minted two because he wanted to burn the second one. So he still owns the original, the first Mitchell work, and then the second one he burned, and he was the only person to actually
Wow,
burn it.
nice. Well, he's getting the point of the art. Like he understands
exactly.
it.
He actually showed like he truly owns it because he actually burned it, right?
Yeah.
He shows that he owns the work. So, but you could say, well, maybe the teleburn is kind of like that. You teleburn the Ethereum asset, but you can even take it a step further. Or maybe you need to actually burn the Bitcoin asset. And one thing that Ordinals, so Ordinals didn't have an official burn mechanism for inscriptions until recently. I think about 2 weeks ago, it was just added to Ordinals.
Oh, really? I didn't realize that.
So
wow.
you can actually burn or like inscriptions. You can actually burn them. So maybe someone will actually try to burn a certificate, but that would be a.
Remember, if you're gonna burn something, just be first. That's always what I say. Okay, you want to be in the history books.
You could be the first to burn a.
I love that. I didn't realize that. I love anytime you can like. With so many like new art collectors too, they don't realize that art is the funnest thing ever. People are like, "What? It's fancy stuff in museums. $50 million for an all blue painting." I'm like, Yves Klein is a crazy person. He is hilarious. He is like, art is fun, and like linking it up and giving people history. I think it's like such a good thing. So, another question here actually, which is it's so true, Danny. You've been building so long in Bitcoin. You've been around for a long time here, and obviously things are a little different now, right? Obviously, Ordinals kind of changed everything. Since you've been in it so long, how does that affect what you're building in the future? Or when you're talking to other builders who haven't been in as long, what's like the different in perspectives you see?
Yeah, so I think there's some things that will just hold true over the long term, and one is just Bitcoin is here to stay, and it hasn't even changed very much over the years. So Ordinals was actually very, very special in that something like that popped up, in the last year and a half. Because it's just so hard to do things like this, and I think that we're taking advantage of the fact that there is Ordinals and you can do some cool things on Bitcoin now, and Bitcoin, and we're seeing it too. Bitcoin has been gradually building community adoption over the years, and I think this cycle will be actually also another important one for Bitcoin. Just we see it a lot more in the news and just kind of global stage these days.
Totally. What was it like with your like building experience before when Ordinals came out? Like, was it really like, oh, this is obvious, this is easy, it's easy to build on right away, or did it take some time to be like, okay, Casey, what do we got? What are we doing over here?
Yeah. Well, first, I think Bitcoin, even though the scripting language for Bitcoin is very simple, it's just hard to build anything on.
Yep.
And it's funny when I started, the exciting thing was to build on Bitcoin. So back I guess 10, 11 years ago. It was like building on Bitcoin was an exciting thing, and people are trying to figure out how to like manipulate these scripts and signatures on Bitcoin to actually do something interesting.
Yeah.
And what happened was Ethereum came out, and it provided actually a very powerful tool set to build stuff on blockchains, and so actually all the kind of developer energy went to Ethereum for a couple of years, and then kind of the things that are launched. A bunch of chains launched that are kind of inspired by Ethereum. And so that was where all the development was. And you had DeFi Summer and all this, like growth in the last couple of years. But now we're seeing some of that on Bitcoin, and we're seeing a lot of people. So that is exciting to see.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I know they got me. They said programmable money, and I was like, I already had Bitcoin. I was like, programmable money? Okay, I'm going to ETH. I'm a nerd. Let's go, code. But then you're seeing now a lot of the ideas that were proposed and being talked about, people were trying on Bitcoin, are now all coming back, right? Kind of curious, what do you guys think about OpCat? Do you think it's actually going to happen? Are you going to build on it?
So OpCat is actually it's been around a long time, even longer than Ethereum.
Yeah.
But it hasn't been added, or rather, it was added and removed, but it hasn't been added back again. And I think it will also take time because Bitcoin is Bitcoin. It's very slow moving in terms of making. Well,
getting everyone in the world to agree to agree to a change it's a little bit of work. It's not the easiest thing,
I mean, that's also, you could argue that one of the benefits of Bitcoin. Yep. It is so stable and decentralized, and you can't just force something to change.
Totally.
And, like we can't do it. Governments can't change Bitcoin. Like Bitcoin is just Bitcoin.
Yeah, totally.
And I think though within the next 10 years, we'll see some change in Bitcoin. But I don't know about the next year.
Okay, so you think OpCat might maybe not in the next year, but maybe.
I think it's hard for Bitcoin to change in the next year. What we'll see probably is that the price will go up. I mean, there's a lot of more adoption. So, and in fact, the funny thing is, as the price goes up, there's less chance of things like OpCat changing.
Yeah, you're like, it's working. My money's going up.
Exactly.
It's stable. Stop messing with the, don't fix a broken,
Yeah, so if you really want OpCat to go in, you need to tank the Bitcoin price.
Okay. Don't tell. Okay, Udi is that what Udi's trying to do? No, I'm just joking. So for something like OpCat or changes to Bitcoin, how do you follow along with that stuff? Are you still on the actual message boards, chatting with people, or you just wait for stuff to actually bubble up when it's ready?
Yeah, I try to keep up, and there are many people who try to keep up with things happening in Bitcoin and Ethereum and Solana and all the chains.
Do you find yourself, since you were so OG, do you have any friends that are like, "What are you doing over there? We're laser eyes. Why are you're graffitiing on the money?"
Well, I actually think that view is actually not that common, and most people, even the max, they're happy hodling. So if people want to pay miners a lot of fees, they're fine with that. Just pay the miners the fees. I have my Bitcoin, I'm hodling it. Totally. Doesn't affect me.
Yeah. There's a couple very loud people on the internet is the problem that will be fighting against it here. So. Nice. Before we wrap up here, thank you so much. First of all, Danny, meeting in person first time, great. I can talk about a bunch more nerdy stuff, but what's next for OCM? What should we look forward to? What's going on?
Yeah, well, I think we're going to make Oshura nicer. Frontline, we'll show off Frontline more. That's quite new. And then, the Karma upgrade to Bitcoin is something we're working on.
Beautiful. Amanda, anything that, if you're OCM, how's the best way to get involved? If I want to start meeting the community, everyone's like, OCM's got a great community. I'm going to dive in.
We just had a great breakfast this morning.
Nice.
One thing I took a TLDR from was I'm always like, okay, Discord, we can communicate. I remember asking how many monkeys were going to come to Bitcoin Nashville Discord, and only like 3 or 4 people respond. We had over 80 RSVPs, and about 50 people came, 60 people for breakfast this morning.
Wow, that's a big
And
breakfast.
I did not go through the Discord and make sure that they actually held monkey, but I did have a little question. Are you an OCM holder? Are you a Frontline holder? What's your Telegram? And I would say, 80% were holders. So we got to think about other ways of getting our marketing messaging out to people for even, the mint moving over, moving Karma over to Bitcoin. Like we can't just rely on Discord. So, but I guess we always are doing events. We are, if anyone's here in Nashville, we'll be helping to co-sponsor the Bitcoin Startup Lab event from 2 to 6. We did a little sponsorship here, so tonight we'll probably be here rocking out. I heard last night was very fun.
Oh yeah, it was.
And we pretty much every event that one of us, usually we tag team on speaking.
Yeah.
I think this is the 3rd event we've actually been at together. I think Danny will likely be speaking at VCon in LA,
nice.
so that's coming up. As other things come up on the radar, there's always opportunities to meet us in person. We are holding spaces from Oshura every Thursday at 10 a.m. Pacific. We're bringing on great artists, collectors, curators. We've had folks from Forbes Web3, from Michael Buana from Sotheby's.
Nice.
Ian Rogers came on from.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, who is like, I'm such a fangirl, and we hung out with him at the Ledger Party the other night.
Nice,
He came on. He's an OCM, and
nice.
I think they have a big announcement. I think it happened today at 10.
Ledger does?
Yeah,
What'd
today at the conference.
Okay.
So they did an announcement today.
Okay,
so anyways, we were at our breakfast, so we'll have to check the Twitter. But
and there's one thing you guys do really good, okay? If you need to find who's at OCM, look, they got the gear on. That's the key, okay?
Yes,
all the OCM people always rock.
People love the drip. Drip. I mean, it's IRL spaces. Hop into our Discord. There's a lot of people coming in from Frontline, so there's a lot of new people. We're doing a lot of obviously we have a great mod team who's always welcoming people and answering questions. So very friendly place. If you are on Discord, if you're not on Discord, there are, come on Twitter Spaces and join us and come up, ask questions. We like to bring new people up who want to ask questions too. So very friendly community.
Beautiful. Yeah, everyone. I'm just going from I have so many OCM friends that are just deep in the game. They're all educated. They're all smart. You guys just have a community of it seems like.
We do a lot of education. We do a lot of spaces. We've done some Zoom calls for our royalty. Nice. We do Discord chats as well. So Danny will just come on and answer people's questions and kind of talk about what we're seeing in the market. So, to even get over 80% of a 10,000 ETH collection to ordinals. That's
Yes.
a lot of wallets. That's a lot of downloads. At the time, it was X first. Right 100%. Now, there's Magic Eden can do it too. But at the time, it was a lot of people educated on ordinals. Right. So we've done a lot of this over the last couple of years.
Totally. Yeah. So if you're anyone out there who's like looking to get into ordinals here, OCM, great community to hop in and actually like learn about the whole ecosystem, the whole space.
Yeah, and we have a great community team, OCM Rising Times. People keep now post Frontline. They're coming a lot like, oh, how do we collab? We want to give you guys a allow list. So. OCM Rising Times on Twitter is a community-led group. Their DMs are open. So, I mean, our community is also getting invited into a lot of other communities all the time. So it's a good time to be a monkey because they're managing all the allow lists for the community's drops.
Beautiful. Well, thank you guys so much for coming here. We're going to be back with some more. Danny, Amanda, find them. You'll see them. You can see them. They got all the gear on right now here. And we'll see you guys soon for some more interviews. Thank you again. Rise.
Thanks for having us. Yeah, Rise. Thank you. Have a great rest of your time in Nashville.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'll be in this room here talking to people.
And it is air conditioned in here, so it's nice.
Yeah,
it's hot out there.
Oh, it is hot.
You're in a good spot.
Nashville's hotter than I thought. You got it, Jerry? Hello, everyone. We're back again at the Ord compound, and this time very excited because we got it's a new old friend. First time I met Chip, we instantly became good friends because he's going to get me into the bull riding industry, hopefully,
Eventually
here. Also, if you guys didn't know, when the runes came out, everyone's like, who's going to get the first rune? Who's going to be in the, on the first block here? Chip actually helped the Cyberkongs get the second rune inscribed ever. Insane. Also,
Chip and Mike.
Oh, you helped too.
My partner from doing that.
Oh, hell yeah.
We got to do this.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful.
I know, a little closer, sorry.
And now doing cool art on Bitcoin too. So we're going to talk about, keeping your sheep warm with Bitcoin miners. We'll talk bull riding. We'll talk some art on Bitcoin. But before we start, Chip, why don't you introduce yourself? Tell us who you are, what you do.
I'm Chip. I'm the founder of Ordinal Miners, co-founder of Mutable Trees with my partner Mike here. And been around since the beginning,
The beginning.
Yeah, since the beginning. And been working on mostly trying to educate people on Bitcoin and Bitcoin mining in the space.
Hell yeah, nice. I was gonna say, when runes were first coming out, you're putting out some threads that were they were juicy. Like I was bookmarking everyone, going to the team, being like, guys, look at this. Okay, there's ARB opportunities. Look at Chip's pointing stuff out. So
I know, and now it's like we're slowing down because we got to do so much more stuff. And
yeah.
We're back to building, so less threads, but eventually we'll be threading more.
100%. Mike, want you to tell us a little about yourself?
Yeah, so I'm Mutable Trees.
Little closer.
A little closer. All right.
Yeah,
and
okay.
These mics are unforgiving.
So I'm a full-time Bitcoin miner. Got sucked into ordinals from the very beginning. I've got the first Rickroll. I got Rickroll. I got 1243 is mine. And then
You're saying the 1243rd inscription?
Yes.
Oh my God.
And then
have you got any offers for that?
I did get one offer when I had it for sale. Which I would have taken, but I didn't see it, and then it got withdrawn.
Oh, really?
It was like 0.43, I think. On I think I had it listed at like 2.5. But I would have taken 0.43, and then they probably spent that UTXO pretty quickly.
Yeah.
But then because I had Rick Roll, I was like, well, how can you actually delay it?
Yeah.
So then I also happened to inscribe the first recursive inscription. 12992 is the first one, and the next person.
I just got chills. I didn't know that. Look at that. I'm being serious. I didn't know you're that OG.
And I actually dumped the first 4 million to see the entire recursive. Anyone that tried to reference an external endpoint, I was the first, second, and third because I had 2 failed tries.
Yeah.
Before the third one worked, and then of course it didn't actually work until they incorporated the endpoint. It was I think June. I think maybe when they actually merged it in. But then all of a sudden, my try from mid-February started to work in June.
Totally, yeah.
And then we started Mutable Trees, and it started as a project to celebrate blockchain and the growth, and as miners celebrating all the cool things that Bitcoin is, because there's so many people that came to Bitcoin because of ordinals.
Yeah.
That come out of the NFT space, that come out of Solana or Ethereum or whatever, and so this project was really designed to highlight some of the cool things that make Bitcoin different.
Totally.
And so that's
okay. So I got 1,000 questions already. This is perfect. So of course, Chip, I know anyone's working with you. They're gonna.
I told you
they're gonna be OG and stuff.
I said we got to do this together because this doesn't get to happen often.
100%. Okay. So when did you start mining actually?
So I started. So I worked for a publicly traded miner, and I've been doing it full time since 2019. But our CEO, he actually got me sucked in to mining maybe 2015, 2016. So I've been mining in some form or fashion for a better part of a decade.
A decade. We're this close to the 1 decade anniversary. Okay.
We're pretty close.
Oh my God, that's crazy. Okay, so when ordinals first came out, what was both of your reactions? Because there's all the people, the maxis, it's an assault on Bitcoin. They're graffitiing our money. And then there were some other people being like, yo, motherfuckers are coming over here spending fees on us. We're making money as a miner. Yeah. So.
Yeah, no, that's such a nuanced and I think important question to ask. And I think, so I came to Bitcoin, like I said, Trey, our CEO, he's the one that got me into it. And I came into Bitcoin from mining. I'm a hardware engineer by trade. And so the machines and the mining aspect was what got me into Bitcoin. I came much later to the hard money, deflationary currency, or at least non-inflationary currency, much later. And so I think as you look at a money that is superior to basically every other fiat currency that has ever existed, anytime something has the potential to make it worse money, you have to ask the hard questions.
Yeah.
And so, quote unquote, spamming the blockchain with data, and having had, having been running my own node at home, on a 1 terabyte hard drive, and having to in the not too recent past, in the last few weeks, have to change the hard drive out,
Yeah.
and, image everything over. And some of it's because it's not. I mean, I don't think Bitcoin is quite to 1 terabyte yet, but there's a whole bunch of people with between Umbrel and all the sort of the open source node projects using 1 terabyte hard drives, and I think it's only a handful of 30, 40, 50 gigabytes that have been inscribed in the last 18 months. It's really not all that much relative to the broader size, but so you have to ask that question. But at the same time, when you have a money that is still struggling to find its place in adoption and usability and all these other things, anything that can bring people to Bitcoin, whether or not that's, for me, it was mining.
Yeah.
Like no one looks at a miner as like, oh, you came to Bitcoin because of mining. You're terrible.
Yeah,
but
securing the network and actually making this thing work.
Right.
Yeah,
But then other people come to Bitcoin because of an NFT or because of a way to have a digital artifact that is preserved on chain. We can't look at those same people and be like, okay, well, I can't believe you came to Bitcoin from this.
Yeah,
we're all coming together in this.
Totally.
And how we got here doesn't matter.
Yeah. Did you participate in any of the debates? Like, were you on any of the forums? When the first I saw some of the early ones. It's an attack. It's spam. You post any comments, or were you just watching the war?
No,
go down?
I think I was mostly watching. I might have shit tweeted a few times. I might have trolled a few. In fact, there was probably a few troll tweets. There's some mining pools that have opinions, both positively and negatively.
You can call them out. Okay, you can say ocean mining.
So I might have trolled Ocean a little bit. And to be fair, it wasn't actually about the censorship resistance and filtering transactions. It was incidentally, that was what drew me to the conversation in the first place, but it turned out to be an empty block thing that was sort of unrelated. But
the empty block was, so you actually want to actually break that down a little bit, like what happened with Ocean and the empty block.
So basically what happens is when you're mining, you have there's all these transactions in the mempool, and you're trying to take these transactions as people generally say as miners, but really it's the mining pools that have their mempool set up. And they're trying to order the transactions in such a way that they can make the most profitable blocks. Yeah. I mean, that's how Satoshi designed it. That's the economic incentive to act in a rational way.
Totally.
To make the most possible money.
Yeah.
And yeah, because of the probabilistic nature, a block gets mined, and it does take some time to say, okay, here's the transactions, here's the 3,500 transactions that happened. I need to remove those. Now I need to find the next chunk that fits as optimally as possible into a 4 megabyte block and go mine on those. But you don't want your miners to be mining on old work. And so for some people, they send empty blocks. And for some reason, I don't pretend to know their tech stack, and I don't pretend to understand why for a while there was a provenance, or provenance, not the right word. There was a few more empty blocks than would maybe be expected. And so there was a whole bunch of conversation. And the conversation actually that I was sort of participating in was more about, could you take, especially with ordinals and transaction consolidation in a high fee rate environment, could you take a whole bunch of these low fee transactions that are sitting in the mempool and have them as your quick turn block? So block gets mined. You want to get new work to your miners as fast as possible. The fastest way for some people is to send an empty block template, and then those get mined, and then potentially your miners and your participants in your pool miss out on quite a lot of fees.
It's an inefficiency, right? So
yeah. So, anyways, that was like total
Yeah.
like mental rampage.
No, that's good. No,
stream of consciousness.
No, it's so funny because so many people come over like from Ethereum. They're not thinking about like really miners too much when we're like actually buying stuff. You complain about gas fees, but you're really not thinking about it. And then Ordinals came out. It was such a deep part of the convo because Bitcoin had been like, this just simple, solid, stable money. And like it was, Ethereum being programmable from the beginning made sense of course you're going to put stuff on. Of course you're going to put art and all this stuff. So I don't know. It feels like we got to keep educating people of this is a world where the people who've been mining for a long time, like they have reasons to keep to mine, and it might not line up exactly with what you want. You know what I mean? It's Bitcoin's a little more political. You know what I mean?
Well, and I think that's one of the interesting things about a decentralized platform is by nature, if it's decentralized, you don't get to choose what it is. I don't get to choose what it is. Chip doesn't get to choose what it is. It becomes what it becomes. Now, obviously, there was an original vision, and I think that original vision is still in the general trajectory, but that doesn't necessarily make it wrong for NFTs to sit on top of Bitcoin. It doesn't make it wrong for there to be layer 2s, for there to be drive chains or side chains or X chains or whatever that is. Again, you have to ask the question: if it makes it worse, money, is it worth it?
Yeah.
But also, we don't get to censor a decentralized platform, and that's what it is designed to be.
Totally. Yeah, Chip, kind of same question, kind of curious, like when Ordinals first came out, you were already, mining on Bitcoin before. How was the first reaction you had? Were you like right away, like read Casey, the handbook, and we're like, nice, good job, good, cool. I've got some valuable sats that means, or, was it you more skeptical at first?
I wouldn't say I was skeptical. I was mostly trying to preach to the hills, trying to convince anybody that would listen that this is where they need to go to.
Oh, wow. So right away you were like...
I was like, this makes sense because now we're taking what all the shitcoiners are doing everywhere else and making it something that actually will have value and bringing them over. And I was trying to convince anybody that I knew that was in NFTs, whether they were Solana or Ethereum, and I was trying to show them that they could actually do something where it would be immutable and be permanent, and they could actually have their art, especially...
Hey, but I thought you did mutable trees. I thought we liked me. I'm joking. Sorry.
We'll explain that. We'll explain that shortly here, but that is a play on words for sure. So, but my whole goal was trying to, especially for the artists that I knew, was showing them that there was a place where they could put their art, and at no time could the dev team rug them. Yeah. Because like there's a lot of NFT projects now where they either have lost their value, or like you could even go and look online and they no longer exist. It's just a blank screen.
Oh, yeah.
And that's because they're all stored on a server somewhere and they're not in existence anymore. And so for me, when I was reading through this and I was thinking permanence and value and long-term store value, I was thinking, what would be great? Like one of the first things I was thinking of was when you look at art and when you look at IRL art and you look at the back of a painting, you have the history of the provenance of that painting. Generally, you have the artist sold this painting to so-and-so, and then this person inherited it from their grandma, and this person decided to sell it to this person, and all that gets written on the back of the canvas. And I was thinking, this is what we can now do with Bitcoin. And so even at a base layer without the ordinals, we could do this and just have the provenance records of IRL paintings stored on Bitcoin on a coin card on the back of the true canvases of IRL art. And so for me, I was thinking this is the best way for people to store records long term.
So we're watching this go down because like Known Origin just shut down, or they announced they're shutting down, and they said, "Hey guys, we're going to do 2 more years of paying our IPFS bill." So anyone who put their art on there, they're in trouble. Like it's done. So like they can't do anything. They can re-mint it. They can try and do it again, but it's wild. People are starting to learn now. Like I don't know the downsides of IPFS and actually having to pay to actually have stuff pinned versus making it permanent.
And I think all those people, especially anybody that's hesitant and doesn't know or understand what we're doing over here, can reach out to us, especially anytime. But like anybody in this ecosystem is more than willing to help because that's what
they'll orange pill you so fast. You ask for help, they'll sit you down and say, "Listen, let's talk."
Yeah, because we want everybody to understand Bitcoin and we want everybody to understand their own self-sovereignty. Totally. So everybody should learn. So we were talking downstairs to an artist, And she was just saying, I trust you guys, do whatever you want. And I said, that's not the answer. We're not going to work together. What you're going to do is I'm going to teach you to understand this. And then you're going to make sure that we're doing the right thing.
Yeah.
So that you understand, so that we're doing it the way you want it done. And that's the goal.
Totally. Well, I think it's this thing too of like there is like if you go in Bitcoin circles before ordinals happened, it was just so technical. It was just nerdy, technical. All the debates are around highly technical issues, and people couldn't like get their foot in the door. I'm like, I'm not a dev. Like, okay, I just hold the money, or I'm reading debates about how to, are we going to do soft forks or hard forks or things like that. Now with the art, people can say, okay, put my art on there. Now let me learn a little bit more about how it works. And then you slowly get, like you're saying, orange pilled, where it's what's recursion, okay, parent child, et cetera. And you start learning, deeper from there.
Have you noticed though that your understanding of Bitcoin on a technical level has probably increased?
Oh yeah, 100%.
10x.
Oh, I'm watching people like it's so funny. Like think about it. We have degens staring at mempool space all day, and then start and go like, wait, what's exactly happening? Wait, what happened here? Why is my money moving like that? Okay, I need to start splitting up my my UTXOs different. Like people are if you want to operate efficiently, you got to learn about it, but you just can't do it all at once. And you need something to play with too. No one wants to just like hold your money and then study it all day. But if I'm making plays, I'm buying stuff, I'm selling stuff, there's more incentive to learn. So I'm definitely seeing it. So the question is, you were trying to, orange pill some artists early. Did any listen to you? Did you get anyone who got an early inscription and it's just like, Chip, thank you.
I had a lot of people come to me afterwards and be like, we're full of regret. And I was like, that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
And I tried.
Well, the next time you tell them something, they're going to be like, okay, yes, what is it? What do we do? Okay, well,
But this is a battle I'm used to anyways, because 9 times out of 10, I'm in the real world trying to teach my family members, loved ones, friends, that like they should be looking at Bitcoin in general, or even the taxi drivers. I'm pretty sure by the time we're done here this week, no taxi driver is going to want to haul me around, because I've told every one of them. Their only form of getting a tip is if they download a Bitcoin wallet right now and like allow me to tip them that way. And I said, if there's a Bitcoin conference going on right now, you will make more money in tips if you accept it in Bitcoin. And not only because people will tip you better in Bitcoin, but because you don't have to pay a middleman fees to accept that money.
Totally.
Whereas with swipe and credit and debit, you are paying fees every step of the way, and then taxes after you've collected those fees as well. So it's a whole process.
Well,
people are coming around.
So we're clear. They're still paying the taxes.
Yeah, of course.
Always paying taxes.
Always paying taxes.
But I'm a Canadian, so I'm paying different taxes than you guys. Just saying.
Right. So you're paying like 3 times more.
I'm paying 3x the taxes.
Well, so it's funny. I go after the bartenders. Well, we'll do like live events. We go to a bar, it's filled with DJs, and I'm like, dude, if you just accept crypto here, these motherfuckers are making plays. Their bank account's empty, and their Xverse is filled. They don't look at that money the same. It's magic internet money to them, and they will tip. So they won't even realize how much they're tipping. In person, I'm like, there's $1, and they're like, I don't know, what was that? 0.001 Bitcoin? What was that? And you're like, that's a lot of money.
Here's 100,000 cents. Oh, that's like $17, $19. Well, they're not probably giving you 20.
Yeah,
but 100,000 cents. Oh,
yeah, no big deal, exactly. So I'm actually curious. You have a hardware background, so how did, when you first heard about like mining, what were you doing before with hardware, and then like was it GPUs when you first started then?
So I was a chip designer coming out of school.
Oh, nice.
And I ended up working just through random career opportunities. Ended up in actual network security, which is where our CEO ended up joining, and we worked together, and he sucked me into Bitcoin. So I was actually in software when I first
Gotcha. Okay.
But then I had to like, okay, I got to get my hands on, and so I'll be the first to admit I was mining some Ethereum.
God! Don't tell anyone. Okay, cut that. Censor that.
As a 100%, I own nothing other than Bitcoin, except I might own a little bit of.
If you mined it, it's okay. Okay. If you bought it, that's no.
I did not buy it. It was all mined. And just got sucked in from the hardware side. But I was actually in software at the time.
Okay, nice.
When I got into mining in the first place.
So since you were doing it early, you were there with the GPU to like A6 transition?
So I actually came into Bitcoin a little bit after that, which is why I actually mined Ethereum, because at the time you could get GPUs a little bit. Bitmain was still relatively early. I mean, I think it was, like I said, it was 2015 into 2016. And I think the S9 was maybe 2014. So they were available, but at the time, I think it was at the end of the year. and I think a S9 was like $20,000, and it was like, go spend your annual bonus at your fiat job to buy one S9, and then to pay 12-cent power, which is what 12-cent power, which is what you're probably paying at home.
Yeah.
And that probably would have worked for a few months, but then more people come in, and it's a model that's designed to go to basically zero profit. So I ended up getting some GPUs and mining Ethereum, and because GPUs had a wide range of other coin applicability, and which of course I immediately sold and bought Bitcoin. But
nice.
But I did mine quite a few other coins in the early days. So it was post Bitcoin ASIC, gotcha. GPU to ASIC, but it was sort of, it was in that window of Ethereum might be going proof of stake, or we're going to proof of stake in 6 months, and then 3 years later it finally goes to proof of stake.
Yeah, the fact that they actually did it, good job, guys. For a minute there, I was like, nah, it's not happening. One more delay, So there's so many things to talk about. I do want to talk mutable trees, but you did mention something that's kind of crazy. You've got like absolutely super early inscriptions, right? Like that's just, you said
1243.
1243, yeah.
Is Rickroll.
And
incidentally, the only reason I don't have earlier inscriptions is because that happened to be a massive. So I live in Austin, and there's been 2 massive winter storms in the last few years, and that happened to be a time where we had 5 days of no power. So I had no power or internet, and so my node was down, and I couldn't actually mint anything myself.
Oh man!
So if we're being transparent, I didn't actually mint 1243 myself. I had to have a friend do it for me because we had no power. So the only when that many people don't have power, then your phone doesn't work, nothing works. So I'm texting like, hey, I need to inscribe this. And so I'm like editing this video to try to get it as small as possible, to get it under 400 kilobytes. Because that was clearly before there was Slipstream and all these other, all this other instrumentation for non-standard transactions. And then when I paid him what it cost to mint it, he was like, I feel like I'm getting totally rugged because I'm paying what it cost me to mint. Because 3 weeks later, I'm like, hey, how about I'm going to send you those sats. How about you send me the inscription that I asked you to inscribe?
Yeah.
So I've got that, and then power came back on, and then
So you're saying you're in a giant storm, and you're right away saying, I've got to compress Rickroll. Okay, Cole, I need to do inscriptions. Everyone's trying to survive, and you're like, we got to get
no power. I was tethered to my phone, trying to find a Rickroll video that I could get under 400 kilobytes that was like the right level of compression with the right amount of time of the dancing.
Yeah, you need them doing it. Yeah, exactly.
Right. I mean, and I realize I'm a little older than a lot of people maybe in the NFT space, and so maybe Rickroll doesn't have maybe the same significance.
Oh no! It does. Rickroll is forever. It is the most important. It will never end. Okay.
I mean, it may be it's maybe not the first, but it's probably the widest spread original meme.
100%. Totally. And also, we're gonna start using actually your Rickroll inscription now, where someone's like, dude, I just inscribed something new on Bitcoin. Check it out. And we'll just keep sending them the Rickroll over and over again. We just gotta restart the trend,
Well, then of course I had to inscribe the Rickroll rune with with Rickroll being the parent, so that to prove that it was the actual OG Rickroll rune being etched.
Love that. Okay. Well, and so. When you first, because you said you did the first actual, it's parent-child or recursive?
No, recursive.
Okay,
yeah, so I can't claim no claim to parent-child can I make, other than we've come up with some super cool shit for parent-child. But I was the first to experiment with it, and of course it didn't work at the time. And then in
6 months later,
and so then I think it was like June 12th or 13th is when I think they merged the first.
Were you watching the GitHub PRs and you were like, "Yo, recursion's coming"? And you
honestly, I won't lie. I was into it for the first few months.
Yeah.
I might have deployed some BRC20s in sort of that March, April, May.
Oh, yeah.
We don't talk about the dark days.
Yeah.
And then that was also coincident with lots of other things, and so I wasn't sort of paying attention. And then maybe July, August, I came back and I was like, hey, there's just been some changes. Let me go check it out.
Totally.
And then I go back and I'm like, because I have this Google sheet of every inscription I've ever made.
Nice.
Which is unusual for me because I'm not super detail oriented, but it's easy to lose track. They're all in different wallets.
Totally.
And I went back and I clicked on it. I was like, oh shit, it worked. And I had to go back and actually look and see that they had merged in the recursive endpoint. I was like, yes.
Okay, you think 10-minute block times are bad? Okay, you got to wait for 6 months for a PR to be merged and deployed and people to sync. You know, that's a little wild here.
It's a fascinating.
See, if you wouldn't have discovered it, you would have seen like 4 years later, you'd have one of these archaeologists out there like, I've discovered it. Everyone, the first recursive, it's here, and the person doesn't even know. You know, so
yeah, because I mean, of course, once it got merged in, and then there was clearly other people experimenting very early. So I think 12.99 in the 12,900 range was about when I was experimenting with it. And I think what I discovered when I went through and was doing some magical internet scripting language to try to find people that were trying to do other things, mostly to like sort of talk about it and preserve sort of the history of how this super unique subculture to Bitcoin came about. And it was pretty quickly thereafter. I think in the 20,000 range, or maybe even just before that, there was a few experiments that looks like they were using some like URL parameters to try to change what something was doing.
Yeah.
And it turned out it was ultimately the on-chain monkey guys.
Really? Oh, love that.
So like they were right there with me doing some.
That's who I talked to right before this too. Yep. That's funny. Yeah.
And they were right there with me, but I beat them.
Yeah. Okay.
On the actual /content endpoint. I was the first.
Well, like to be clear, they killed it afterwards.
Oh, 100%.
They killed it.
They're on-chain monkey, and I'm someone that no one has ever heard.
Yeah. No, they killed it. They were awesome.
Okay, everyone's now knowing. Okay, you're the guy who put Rickroll 1243. Okay, actually, that is interesting. Do you end up talking like? 'Cause I'm being serious. If I was you, every person I met, if like, oh, what's up, Ordinals, what's up? Yeah, 1243. They'd be like 1243. Yeah, that's right. That's my.
Well, so the Immutable Trees handle was originally the Rickroll Ordinal was the original handle. And so then it became less about what I sort of accidentally did while like testing out a few things, and then more about how do we get more people into this ecosystem.
Totally.
Is another channel to get people into Bitcoin. And how many more people are at Bitcoin in Nashville this year than last year or 2 years ago when Ordinals didn't exist at all?
Totally.
And how maybe it's not a large percentage, or maybe it is. I don't know what that.
I have 50 friends from LA here right now, and they weren't going to anything Bitcoin 2 years ago, straight up. So
I think it's a very important way to onboard people into Bitcoin, into freedom money or fuck you money or whatever you want to call it. There's no right or wrong way into it.
Totally, yeah. So let's actually dive into the Immutable Tree stuff, because you guys are now like going forward. You guys are tech. You're pushing it. So now you've got a project. I want to break down like what is Mutable Trees, how are you approaching it, and what's different.
You want to give that Cole's note, because the problem is Mutable Trees is an evolving, changing. As an artist, it's never perfect.
Yeah.
So we started talking about Mutable Trees in
January.
And we were like, oh, we're going to launch Mutable Trees in February.
Yeah.
And then we're going to launch Mutable Trees in March.
Yeah.
And we're going to launch Mutable Trees at the halving.
Yeah.
And then the halving we got.
And then the halving, we ended up doing the rune number 2.
Yeah. You were slightly distracted.
We got distracted.
Something a little, yeah.
So we were busy with that. And then we're like, oh, now we can do new stuff with the new latest ORD update. So it's like, okay, well, now we can change some of the stuff we're doing with Mutable Trees. And then it's like, are we going to launch it? Nope, we're going to keep editing it. We keep changing it. We like the way, like, you're just never happy. And so people keep saying this is the death of an artist. It's never going to be perfect.
Yeah.
So we have committed to finally agreeing that I think we're going to inscribe it next week.
Okay.
We're
so that's the alpha.
And minting end of next week.
Okay.
Yeah,
beautiful.
and we're going to hopefully launch next week as well.
Awesome.
But we're going to mint live.
Yeah, so that
and explain why we're going to do that.
So what Mutable Trees has sort of turned into is originally it was sort of a play on trees. Like natural trees ultimately end up with this like recursive structure, which is a thing calling a thing calling a thing, and that's how sort of trees they branch and they change. So that's how mutable trees, that's how trees came into it, and then mutable being sort of a play on the fact that blockchain's immutable, and you inscribe something and it's immutable. Well, the code is immutable, and the code is in itself art, but also the code can change what is getting displayed.
Yep.
And so just trying to be sort of countercultural or whatever, it became mutable trees.
Yeah.
And so and as new things came out, and as the parent-child provenance became uncursed and became sort of blessed, if you will, and then as different indices, different endpoints, it just sort of exploded in what it could be.
Totally.
And it really turned into an education project. The whole problem and the whole it's special to me because as a miner, understanding Bitcoin at its fundamental layers, it's easy to I say it's easy. It's hard, but as miners, we go find power, we go find real estate, we build data centers, we plug in miners, and we often don't appreciate the beauty of Bitcoin itself.
Yeah.
And UTXOs and triple entry bookkeeping, which I couldn't even explain to you if I tried.
Yeah.
But I can now explain UTXOs, and I can explain Bitcoin script, and I can explain op returns and why consolidation is important. And so it sort of just morphed into this, I don't know, thing about sharing all the cool things of Bitcoin with people who might be coming to Bitcoin in a different way, and helping them appreciate what makes it different from, proof of stake or whatever other coin there might be out there.
It's one of those things where like the Bitcoin white paper is like, it is readable. It is like by, I think, a layman, like you can get through it, but then it's like, it's the surface. Once you actually go, okay, now let me really understand what's talking about. And that's just an endless well of like, you can spend all day learning. And I don't know, it's like you're saying, like if you have art, it's easier to have a fun place to learn versus just purely like, unless you're going to become a miner, so.
Yeah, so it became mutable trees, and the idea is that they grow and change with as the chain grows.
Yep.
So everyone gets a unique tree, and we, originally it was going to be 2016 trees to celebrate the difficulty adjustment, which as a miner, it is both the best and worst thing that has ever happened to miners.
Yes.
Where literally on an instant, difficulty drops 10%, and your revenue basically goes up 10%.
Yeah.
Or it goes up 15%, and instantly your revenue drops 15%.
Yeah.
And so that is one of the most unique and interesting things about Bitcoin. But then that became such a small collection. This project has evolved beyond like trying to be. There's so many super cool, hand-drawn art or generative art that's very like beautiful, and not that I don't think the trees are, but it was what I want people to enjoy about mutable trees is owning a little bit of piece of the technology and watching it change and evolve, whether or not that's through a Bitcoin soft fork or a new feature in the ORD reference client or whatever that looks like. And so it turned into 16,000, which is a lot, but we also wanted to make it inexpensive. So it's not like, I don't want to be the one who's doing, a small mint and everyone's rushing and overbidding and overpaying. We want anyone to have access to it and just be a little bit of a participant. We have such a small time on the planet in this large macrocosm of time, and the same thing is on chain. And we're just trying to have a little bit of fun and do things a little bit different. And it doesn't have to always be about the best art or the best or the best marketing or the best or the most or the smallest collection. It's let's make a widely available collection for as many people that want to participate. And if you don't want to participate, that's cool. And if you do, then we want there to be a place for you to ride along and enjoy.
Totally.
So it's a low barrier to entry. And one of the things, are we ready to talk about what that barrier to entry
Sounds like we are. That was it.
costs as well?
Let's do it.
So the other thing we're going to do is we're going to be the second project to mint in decentralized. And so
wow. Okay. Wow. Nice.
Yeah. So as an homage to the fact that we participated in that process, we wanted we've partnered with those guys, with the CyberKongs guys along the way, and it's a super cool concept of being decentralized. I mean that's what this whole ecosystem is, and so
So for us, we're like, we want to see more use cases for these ruins other than just people minting or going and etching them, minting them, watching price volatility, and trying to pack a bag off of
Totally.
how many memes can be printed on the internet before it dies and goes to zero. And we're like, rune number 2 and decentralized obviously is like really near and dear to us just because of our active involvement in it. So for us, it's always in the back of our mind, like, what can we do? What other things can we do with decentralized? And so we've seen a use case that worked. We've like the decentralized team, CyberKongs, has done an effective mint with their Untitled collection, and I think that went really smoothly.
Yeah, the art is incredible.
Yeah, obviously, we really enjoyed that, and we thought, why not have other projects realize that they can do that too? And it doesn't have to just be in decentralized. It could be any project could mint in any rune that's out there, but the point is decentralized is decentralized. So the whole point is that anybody can use it for whatever they want to use it for. And so we would like to mint our entire collection in decentralized. I think that's
it also kind of makes sense too, because like it's not like the CyberKongs rune. They called it decentralized, right? They did like set it up to not be like, it's not called bananas, bananas. So
they did that on purpose because they wanted that to be the rune for the people.
Yeah.
And so what better use case than for the people to actually be able to use it for whatever they want?
Totally. Yeah. So, okay. So we've got a mint coming in a week. So you guys keep changing stuff. You keep adding stuff because, updates keep happening. I'm asking all the nerds here, what do you think about OpCat? You think it's happening?
So I was on a panel yesterday with Eric Wall and Jeremy Rubin and Walt Smith, and
so you can't say it in front of them. You can give your real opinion here. It's okay.
I've been asked on a couple different podcasts over the last few months, and I will be the first to admit when I don't know something, and I've been slow to come to it because not because I had an opinion negatively or positively, just because I've got my own things, and that is extraordinarily low level. I mean, I'd be willing to bet a large percentage of people couldn't even explain what a CAT operation is, much less how it can bring off-chain data to an on-chain, smart contract or a vault or whatever that looks like. I think it's going to happen. Like I said earlier, anytime there's a change to anything, and maybe I didn't say that earlier, I don't even remember, but anytime there's anything that potentially can make Bitcoin less good money, you have to have the conversations. You have to ask the hard questions. That was an incredibly interesting panel because I basically said nothing and I just listened to 3 really smart people talk and argue and debate, who incidentally are all in favor of OpCat, but had different the differences behind their opinions on why supporting it was absolutely fascinating. So I think it's going to happen. I think it was there in the beginning. It's not like this is something made up. It's been in the source code basically from the beginning. Now, yes, it got disabled, and there was reasons why, and I think there's also reasons why that it's now relatively safe to re-enable it. And yes, there's some second, third, and fourth order magnitude effects that have some potential to positively and negatively affect Bitcoin. I think block size wars, I think SegWit, I think Taproot, I think there's been now a few experiences of changes that have happened in differing ways that have resulted in different effects that I think make us all a little bit smarter in assessing what those risks are.
Totally. Yeah.
So I'm in favor. Anytime you can do something and bring off-chain data on-chain in a meaningful and reasonable way, I think is there's some really cool things that can get.
What does that work? Okay, so OpCat's enabled. What does that workload actually look like for you actually as a miner?
As a miner, it doesn't.
If it's merged, you're good. I'm pulling in the changes. I'm good.
As a miner, and I had this discussion on the panel, and it was one of the points that I made. That was maybe the only meaningful point that I was able to make relative to these 3 really smart people. Is that there is a distinction between miners who run the actual machines and the mining pools who are really more involved in the protocol level decision, in the signaling, in signaling for soft forks, whatever that looks like. And so, as a miner, it really doesn't make a huge impact. Now, the fact that it enables new and different use cases clearly creates more value on chain, which hopefully drives up fees, which makes miners happy. But you also want fees not so high because you want people to actually use Bitcoin. So it's like this constant, tension, which I think is a good thing for everyone in trying to figure out where the equilibrium.
Totally. Yeah. If there is no tension, then it's probably no one's using it, or so. You know what I mean? Like every system has to find like arb and value, and there's always tension in anything that's like working. I feel like, but yeah. You got an opinion, Chip?
No, I mean, like, I'm for OpCat as well,
yeah.
obviously. So
Yeah.
and I can't articulate it as well as Mikey, so that was perfect.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Nice. Well, so for something like that, like when you're watching like updates like the org client, you're saying, okay, we now have, you can self-reference an endpoint, recursion, parent, child. Like, what does it look like when you're trying to pull that into something like mutable trees? Do you just like read what it is and then you're just like, okay, what ideas come like to mind? How does you let the project evolve?
No, I think that's a good question. And I think that's sort of a interplay with Chip and I and our different experiences and belief systems and just what we bring to the table differently, and how new address index got added in the last handful of releases, where you go to an address. Like, so before, if you were on an inscription, the address was just an address. But now you click on the address and you can see all the things that were, their balances, whatever inscriptions they own. And that has a lot of super powerful implications, particularly for generative or sort of dynamic projects. Whether or not that's some of, Billy Resti's doing a lot of cool generative stuff. There's lots of people doing really cool things. And, does the project change? Does your image change based on a balance of a rune? Or
I like that your art. If you're broke, if I can see right now you don't have whatever certain rune, your art's going to be degraded. Okay, I want it. If you got money, then it's going to be good, high quality.
Well, one of the guys downstairs earlier was asking me like, "Oh, so trees like they grow? They're thicker if your stack is bigger." And I was like, "Actually, I didn't want to. We didn't want to make the trees like trying to indicate. This was not a wealth indicator. Like we're using various aspects of your sort of individual fingerprint to create a unique tree for you.
Yeah.
Like maybe a custom one if you came to us and wanted that for yourself.
Yeah.
We could do that, but we're not doing that
Well,
publicly.
Wake up in the morning, like, let's see how my bag's doing. Like, oh, my tree's looking small. Oh, man, I gotta...
My tree is looking super thick.
Yeah, thick tree today. Yeah, I'm feeling
I got
good.
a thick tree.
I would have a whole lot of brush and not a whole lot of redwoods. So let's... So that was not the intention.
Is that a bonsai? Shit.
Yeah.
Down bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, my grass does not look nearly as good as a redwood, but someone else's redwood. It was more about creating randomness and using the tools that were there to create unique experiences for everyone, not trying to create.
I understand.
Not create classes within this project. This is about everyone learning more about what ordinals and what Bitcoin can do for them.
Yeah, totally. So the other one, well, could we do this? I like this idea of more random ones. What if it was what's the earliest inscription you have? Then we can show your OG, and then your tree obviously should be older, so it should be more grown.
So that's actually it's the first time I've heard that idea. And
cool. You owe me 10%.
And I think I'm glad we had this conversation a few days before we actually inscribed, because I think we're gonna add that one.
Oh, really? Okay. Yes. Okay. Nice. Features in there.
You get one.
Yes. No, I'm in. I'm on the whiteboard.
I think that's a super cool idea to understand, so that like some of the trees can like reflect not necessarily your OG-ness, but your ability to recognize early works and be willing to hold them, because there's lots of terrible early inscriptions.
100%.
There's lots of incredible late inscriptions.
Yes, totally.
And so there's some interesting, unique aspect about being early to a technology, but there also shouldn't be a penalty for someone delivering incredible art just because they didn't happen to be in a place that they learned about 100%. Bitcoin or ordinals later on.
Yeah.
And it's really supposed to be for everyone, and it's sort of numbered concept. I'm so glad that the numbers got so large so quick.
Yeah.
That I don't know that I could even tell you how many what the latest inscription number is. I couldn't tell you.
Totally.
Is it 90 million? Is it 100?
Like I stopped paying attention after 75 million. I was like, there's now everybody is here literally to just build and keep putting art on chain.
You know when people don't care anymore because there's no new clubs. It's not like I'm the sub 2 million club. I'm the sub 5 million club. It's like we're done. The club it's sub 100, sub 10, sub 1. We don't need a sub.
No more
million.
clubs.
No more clubs.
It's
exactly.
for everyone.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's funny. I love going through all the early inscriptions and just thinking about these people of like, what if you took one more second and put like your original artwork on here versus like a random thing? It's like it could have been worth everything. And,
we did AI art like when we like for the first collection, and I just ever since then it's been original art.
Oh, really?
I just regret. But it was erased. And AI, let's just be honest, AI was like ChatGPT and all that stuff was new at the time.
Totally.
It had just come out, so it was cool.
It was fun
at the time, and it was crazy, like prompting everything, trying to get everything to match up. But hindsight, 2020.
Yeah, no, totally. You know, I've been trying to start a fund. I think there's an image of Jennifer Coolidge. I think it's like inscription number like 30-ish. I'm trying to get a fund together to buy that because I think that's real. That's real early art on there. But I'm like, someone was like, yeah, cool, Jennifer Coolidge. Let me just get an image on there. And I'm like, I want to meet you. I want to know what you were thinking because it's, like even you when you thought of like the Rickroll, was that right away? You're just like, duh, Rickroll. Come on, this is like the OG, or did you think? Were you pondering for a while?
I mean, honestly, I couldn't even tell you what I was thinking. It was,
Well, the power was out too, so
the power was out. We had pipes freeze because it was cold, and we had water leak. It was like total chaos, it was just trying to do something unique and different, which is sort of how Mutable Trees has continued to evolve into something trying to be unique and different because. There was cool things. There was, Dick Butt as 0, and then the Skull Face,
Skull 0, Dick Butt 1.
Dick Butt 1.
Yeah.
And so then I actually do have an early recursive that's a Rick Dick Butt.
Oh, really?
Which is a Rick roll that goes into the Dick Butt.
Amazing. It's hard to explain. I remember when they first came out, and I was like, oh my God, a Crypto Dick Butt is the first inscription. Obviously, we're programmers. Okay, it's 0-base indexing, so we all know that it's not the first, etc. But I was explaining to people like, no, you don't understand. They did it. They knew we have to preserve this art. This is important. They knew that. I think the Dick Butt's worth, I don't know, I'd probably say 10 million. That's where I'm putting it. Its value at. But people always look and they go, no, it's not. I'm like, yes,
and there was, sort of later on, you get into the couple 100,000 range, and then I'm getting friends reaching out, and they're like, hey, my wife and I have this book that we like. It was something that we shared a memory on, and it happened to be Fahrenheit. So I inscribed Fahrenheit 451.
Oh, really?
Which
nice. Which also makes good sense.
Which was one of my favorite books. Growing up, and so that's what he wanted to give his wife. Give his wife for their anniversary. So I inscribed it for him, and they own this
also
uncopyrighted, having expired plain text version of Fahrenheit 451.
Well, I was gonna say no one can burn that now. Okay, see now we got a book that you can. But also, what was the first book inscribed? We got to know. Like, was that you might have been first too?
That's a good question.
You might be first.
No, there was many. I mean, because I thought early on about
someone did the Bible.
Yeah,
someone did the
Bible.
Bible.
There was Bible in various forms. Depending on how you compress the Bible, it's more than it's a few megabytes. So that's a little bit challenging.
I love the concept of the Bible being a few megabytes. It's such a funny concept.
Actually, so incidentally, incidentally, in my recursive inscription sort of research and dumping all those and sort of searching for this slash content slash whatever endpoints, looking for people who were trying it. There is some unfortunate text that was that people were messing around with in inscribing early. So there is some, in a decentralized world where you don't control, people get to put whatever they want,
100%.
and you may not necessarily agree. And I think radically most people wouldn't. With this particular written work, but that may actually have been one of the first written works.
Yeah. That is a hard bug. It's like the whole 4chan thing. 4chan, you get the greatest memes in the world and the most heinous shit you've ever seen in the world. But the only reason that both can live is that you let anyone do anything. Otherwise, so it's
the white paper was one of the first.
The white paper was one of the first, and so that's actually another cool. So in Mutable Trees, there's 9 generations. We've named all the generations specific to various interesting points. So there's the difficulty adjustment. That generation happens to be 2016 pieces because it's 2016 blocks and a difficulty adjustment. There is a white paper generation, and there is a secret key combination that if you hit the key combination, it will download the original work from inscription. I think it's inscription 32 or 57. Nice. And so I wanted to honor obviously that white paper, and so I wanted to proliferate it.
Yeah.
And so if you hit the right key combination on that generation of trees, it will download the white paper.
Love that. Love that. I was going to say, actually, this is just so random. I was like, you remember when we all found out that the Bitcoin white paper's on every single Mac?
Then they took it away.
They took it away?
Well, then they brought it back.
Okay, good. Jeez. I remember that.
Edit undo. Let's go.
Yeah, I remember when that got announced. Everyone's like, one moment. It's on mine.
Well,
it's on mine.
I think they brought it back, but they definitely took it away after it became public, and then I think they brought it back. But maybe not.
Okay, we'll have to check. That's a relatively new Mac over there. We'll have to check on there. I do love that the community though does think like, okay, we're making stuff mutable on chain. Get the white paper on there. It makes like it seems like the community understood what ordinals was kind of like right away.
There's enough people that have a tree. They're like, okay, let me go to the tree, and even if their tree is not in that generation, all the generations are inscribed with the tree. So if you have a 9th generation, you just find the white paper generation in your parental lineage. You click on it, you hit the secret key combination, which is WP.
There you go. Okay,
is
nice.
Alpha,
Nice.
WP.
Thank you. There you go.
And you hit WP, and it will download the white paper.
Nice, which makes sense, white paper. Yeah. How'd you end up at 9 generations?
Okay, talk about 9 generations, but then I also want to talk about the thumbnails, which ties into the generations as well.
Yeah, so, I mean, like many things, it sort of just, it evolved. So the original idea was to have 2016 pieces in the collection because of the difficulty adjustment. But that felt like a small enough collection that it was going to turn in, either no one was going to have any interest and it was going to be like a complete dead project, or that was enough pieces for as many people as we wanted to have a piece of this. Again, this is not supposed to be a buy and flip. This isn't buy a Taproot wizard and flip it for, five times more than what you minted for. Yeah. This is not a money grab. This is, I mean, certainly we want to get compensated for our time and our effort, but it's different. And not to say that that's what anyone else was trying to do, but because of what this project is really about, we want as many people to get their hands on it. And it just turned out that the 9 generations, 63 blocks, that's how many blocks there are relative to a difficulty adjustment in a given period. And that just happened to work out that 2016 divided by 63 ended up with 32, which is the rootstock generation, which is the first generation. And then when you have 32 and each has 2, it just sort of worked out to be 16,352. Yeah. And it could have been 8,000, whatever half of that is. But we felt like it was worth going the extra step, again, because this is a low cost mint. It's just trying to get people a little piece of on-chain ownership that they can sort of follow along and enjoy as it grows.
Totally. And if you're in one generation, it's like, okay, cool, you're in difficulty adjustment, great. Learn that. There's one. And then, later on, if you want to get a second, like, boom, I can learn. What are all the 9, actually, if you don't mind?
So there's 9 generations. I honestly, I don't remember the exact order, but there's rootstock. So the 64 generation is, I don't even remember. So there's 64 generation, then there's 128. The 256 celebrates miners because and the 256 bits of the SHA-256 hash. There's 2016 in one of the well, actually, it's not even 2016 in that generation. It's the 1024 generation that is the difficulty adjustment of generation, because that brings the total collection to 2016. And then there's the white paper generation, which is the 512. There's the airdrop anatomy. So one of the things that I've been talking a lot about on Twitter, not only we inscribed decentralized, but we also ran the airdrop for it.
Yep.
And the unique features of runes and how airdrops work. And people are like, oh, I just want my airdrop.
Yeah.
But turns out on-chain fees are a real thing that people are paying. So like there's a whole bunch of different airdrops of random things that I have in various wallets. I'm sure you guys all have the same thing. And some of it's $5, some of it's $2, some of it's $50, some of it's a couple $100, depending on what you owned and when. But that costs real money for someone to airdrop to you. And so because this project has turned into this education project, we're gonna ultimately live stream the inscription process next week. because there's a whole lot of really cool things we did with this multi-generational parent thing. And then that last generation is dedicated to airdrop anatomy. I've been talking about on Twitter, explaining how airdrops work and fees and trying to, just share little tidbits of wisdom. And so we're going to do the live, that generation gets a higher the entire collection will all get an allocation of this airdrop anatomy rune that I minted a few weeks ago with Rick Roll as the parent.
Nice.
And we'll live stream that, the actual airdrop. But the last generation is the airdrop generation, and they will get a larger percentage. So people who have the early trees, again, I don't know what they look like. They're all generative. I'm not choosing anything. It's purely based on random numbers from the Bitcoin block hash. Anyways, lots of different generations, and I don't even remember the order because it's only in so much as unique things about a particular generation that tie back into Bitcoin and interesting things. There's the Halfpenny generation. That whole generation will be inscribed on block 78 sats.
There's the halving generation, the difficulty adjustment generation,
which is where half of the collection comes into play.
The block hash generation, provenance generation.
Yeah, so that's the one. That's the first generation that has multi-parent enabled, has its entire genealogy inscribed.
The recursive generation,
which is effectively the first generation that has actual recursion, and so it just
I like it. It's like if you're a person who's new, it's like, okay, well, here you go. Here's 9 generations. If you don't understand what this means, cool. Stop. Dig in. Let's talk about recursion. Let's talk about.
There's a chance that someone from Solana that's doing some stuff is gonna be like, oh, hey, here's this super cheap ordinal mint. Hey, I'm interested. Oh, I happen to get a difficulty adjustment. Generation. Yeah. Oh, I don't know what that means. And then they go look up a difficulty adjustment. And then all of a sudden they're reading the white paper. Yeah. All of a sudden they're like, oh, hey, Bitcoin mining is pretty cool. And the next thing you know, they're the CEO of a multi-billion-dollar publicly traded Bitcoin miner because that's maybe a little overstating, but
Well, no, it's funny because it actually relates to ordinals itself. One of the best things about ordinals in the beginning is Casey is referencing like how Bitcoin works itself to what is rare. Right. So if you want to say, well, why is this sat more rare than the others? It's like, let's talk about how Bitcoin works. OK, let's talk about why a halvening one is more valuable and an epic sat is more valuable because it's how Bitcoin already works. So it's a kind of a similar thing of like you're tying how it works to what you're like learning and buying. So super interesting. Before we wrap up, so it sounds like next week, you're saying next week, you're promising no more moving. Okay, you got to actually
next week.
Okay. So where should we be looking? How do we get one? Give me all the info. I'm over here. I'm trying to learn. I want one of each one. I don't think it's gonna be possible. It's gonna be tough.
No, like that. Like again, there's the idea was for it to be a large collection for anyone that wanted to be a part of it in whatever form or fashion to, have a little piece.
Totally. So where's the best info where it's like I'm excited. I'm in next week. I want to watch the stream. I want to get mine. Like where should we go?
So I go to Ordinal Miners, go to our Twitter page, and then we'll also redirect you back to our Discord. And we'll be putting all our updates in there. We'll probably be streaming live on Discord, but probably via also Twitter as well at the same time so that I know more people watch Twitter than Discord, but we will be in the Discord doing it and then streaming it to Twitter as well for all of those events. And then And then we're working with Magic Eden on doing the launch pad, so then be paying attention to Magic Eden.
Great.
And then I know that there's going to be several collab teams out working on contests for getting whitelists.
Cool.
Apart from the first come, first serve sales.
And we are minting in decentralized, so
nice.
It's all things are down right now, so now's a good time.
I was going to say decentralized is cheap, and we're going to make sure the mint is very cheap as well, so it'll be in decentralized.
Yeah, and remember, we're at a conference. We all know crypto always tanks when there's a conference going on. You know what I mean?
Perfect. Everybody's here.
Everyone's here. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Beautiful. Guys, this is so fun. I mean, truthfully, I want to keep talking to these nerds off camera about a bunch more stuff here. But that was great. Thank you, Chip. Thank you, Mike. Everyone, Mutable Trees, Twitter, ordinalminers.com, right? Yeah. Beautiful. Thank you, everyone. We'll see you for another talk in a second.
Don't even go away.
See you soon. Bye. Later. Share anything you shouldn't be. Hello, everyone. Back again at the Ord Compound. This time, another exciting one because I don't know if we're at Bitcoin Nashville, but I bet Snoop Toshi back in the day, actually, in the Bored Ape Discord. Do you remember this, actually?
It was, actually. It was, 2021 now?
2021. I remember I'm in the Discord like late at night. I don't know, talking about something, and then someone came on. I mean, you got a smooth, mellifluous like accent. Started talking about the craziest like AR, VR stuff I've ever heard. I remember like listening to you for like hours, and then since then, every time I run into you, you're doing something crazy, something technical, something cool. Like every time I'm like, I talk to you, and then I have to go home and study and like learn what's happening here. So we got some more new exciting things today. I don't know exactly what he's building, so we're going to learn together here. So, first of all, am I saying Snoop Toshi? Is that where we're going right now?
Snoop Toshi's where we are.
Beautiful, beautiful. So, Snoop Toshi, why don't you tell a little about yourself and then what you're working on?
Thank you. So, Snoop Toshi, I've been in Web3 now since it sort of kicked off with digital assets back in 2021. I've been in crypto for a little bit longer, stopped mining back in about 2012. But I was attracted to initially NFTs when I saw my wife, who's an artist, start taking an interest in crypto when she wasn't really that interested in it beforehand. And I dove a little deeper, and I saw wonderful content creators overcoming incredible friction to create incredible things on a new medium that no one had seen before.
Yeah.
And what we saw then was something we'd never seen in crypto before, a level of mass adoption beyond anything that the normie no-coiners who don't care about sort of crypto as a vehicle of transactions, but instead are looking at it as a way to collect. Yeah. It was the killer app, in my opinion, that we saw in 2021. And so as that space moved forwards, I've been developing hardware for the past 15 years. We partnered with NVIDIA. We're doing some pretty interesting sort of XR spatial computing stuff. And we always need good content for that. Mm-hmm. And when you notice content creators overcoming friction before there's an audience, that's significant. You very rarely see that, So maybe TikTok and YouTube and these sorts of things, but otherwise, generally, there needs to be an audience first. Yeah. So with ordinals, it started to get very interesting because everything that NFTs were praised for back in the day, on-chain, provenance, all of that stuff, that didn't really actually come to be due to IPFS, suddenly became a reality with ordinal theory. And so I dove straight into ordinals. Yeah. I saw them very early on as effectively an indestructible Game Boy cartridge. Because for the first time, you can now run code on a Satoshi. And so you can literally put some code on a SAT that will be there for the rest of time for anyone to access. And so I started to think a little deeper. And I was like, right, this is cool, but I don't necessarily want to have to use other websites to be able to access this. Yeah. There must be something more interesting, something a little more useful and also more familiar to people who, are not necessarily up to speed with wallet connects and with websites and marketplaces and all of that stuff. And we know this space likes nostalgia. So I was thinking, right, well, ordinal theory, it's basically just a global shared C drive. Mm-hmm. We now have the ability to upload some information that anyone else can access at any point in time for the rest of time. Yeah. And that's fucking fascinating to me. So I was like, right, what if we had a better UI? What if a better UX where we had something more reminiscent of an operating system? So we started working with some incredible engineers. And over the past 2 months, we've been putting together an MVP, which I'm hoping to show you for the first time.
Oh, yeah, I'm excited to see it, yeah.
And this is effectively a vanilla JavaScript operating system that's subscribed to Bitcoin. Okay. And this allows you to do some very interesting stuff.
Okay, yeah. I already know where you're going. This is good. All right, I'm excited, yeah.
So that being said, we could probably even do a little screen share anytime,
Jerry,
anytime we're ready.
Beautiful. Yeah, I was going to say, I do like that the fact that people are like, we're inscribing on ordinals. You open up, ordinals.com for the first time, you see a crypto dick put is the, number one inscription. And you're like, we could put code on here. We can make an operating system. You quickly jump to like, a more intense.
Well, you got to think back to gaming. Like one of the best games I've ever played, The Legend of Zelda.
Oh, yeah.
300 kilobytes. Mm-hmm. You can fit all of that on a single SAT.
Totally.
Back in the day, gaming was wonderful. When we were growing up, you bought a Game Boy cartridge, it could never be updated. Yeah. You probably wouldn't lose it because you cared about it, but if you did, that's a shame. Yeah. But this is what I started looking at SATs as. Wonderful little canvases that you could run executable code on. Yeah. So with that, we started dabbling between my wife and myself on interesting experiments, how we could try to look to appeal to the masses, because we do believe the next mass onboarding for ordinals will be game developers. Okay, yeah. At some point in time, they're going to begin to realize that they can do something that they can't really do today, which is create a game, place it somewhere once, and let it be there for the rest of time for anyone to play. Totally. No need for Steam, no need for Google App Store or Apple or any subscription services or any online maintenance, any of that. You just deploy it and it's out there.
Totally. If you have a Node at home, you just downloaded my game. Sorry, if you're syncing a Node, you just downloaded my game for free. It's like, what if I had a Steam and I released a game, it was forced to be on everyone's Steam library? That'd be pretty crazy, yeah.
And this is where the hardware comes in to some extent, but I'll touch on that in a moment. But exactly that. So the whole idea of sooner or later, I do believe game developers are going to start getting wind of this technology. And they're going to start thinking, right, this is cool. How can we use 350 kilobytes in a really efficient way that will be interesting? Because games don't need to have wonderful 3D graphics. They just need to be fun.
Totally.
So with that in mind, we started doing these experiments. And one of the ones I'd love to show off is something that we call Blockout. So effectively, this is a game the operating system has now loaded. As you can see, this is an MVP, so this is going to get advanced quite a bit.
Yeah, yeah.
But let me...
For all the people out there that aren't, what's it called, startup nerds, minimum viable product, okay, not most valuable player, but...
So what we have here is Blockout. So this is an ordinal game.
Nice, yeah.
That was created. So this is actually generative art. There we go. So each one of these is artwork generated by the wallet that minted that artwork. So
Okay, yeah.
Very similar to when you log into Magic Eden, you see that little image in the top right.
Totally, yeah.
Exactly the same. But there's a little bit of extra stuff in here. If I type in the artist's name, DIDIMX, it loads up a secret menu.
Yeah.
Now this secret menu lets you do some fun stuff. You can modify the level, it becomes like a paint editor.
Oh, nice, yeah.
You can play that level, you can even download and upload levels that other people have made.
Nice.
So you can start sharing levels. But the really interesting thing here is being able to fetch on-chain data.
Yeah.
I've just pasted in the inscription ID for my Bitcoin shroom, and I'm
nice.
going to play the
Also,
ordinal.
light flex.
So as you can now see, we now have a game of Breakout, or Blockout, as I should really call it, but it's slightly different because you can manipulate it, and it's all on-chain data. So this will allow you to take, in this one game, will allow you to effectively take any image, any non-recursive image that's on-chain.
Yeah.
It will break it up into a 24 by 24 grid. It will then voxelize the pixels, add some Perlin noise, so that you have this beautiful little game.
Nice.
So it was a nice demonstration that you can, and I think this is under 100 kilobytes, that you can mess around and do some very fun stuff. And so that is the initial sort of opening for what we want people to look at this as.
Totally.
Because, of course, we have a lot of data on Bitcoin, but it's organized in not the most efficient way.
Yeah.
And people know how to use a traditional operating system. So we styled this after the sort of nostalgia operating systems of the earlier days. I'm not going to mention any names. But ultimately, the direction we're now moving in is to allow people to download ordinals, either store them locally in their cache, or if you have this hardware that we're building with NVIDIA, inadvertent shill, but effectively this little gadget here will allow you to play the stuff offline as well.
I'll say NVIDIA doesn't need a shill. Biggest company in the world right now. You know what I mean?
They're doing
They're doing great.
They're certainly doing pretty well. And we've been proud partners of them since 2017.
That's awesome. That rise must be like, oh boy, watching that.
It was wonderful. But Jensen's a smart guy. He saw AI
100%.
was NVIDIA's future back in 2014.
100%, yeah.
Different story. But anyway, long story short, this whole notion of being able to have an operating system that is familiar to the newcomers, that can be pre-populated with some of the best content that's already inscribed.
Yeah.
For instance, pizza ninjas. You would be able to go to start, install, ordinal. You would then be able to type in the inscription ID. That would then download the index.html file and any dependencies either to your browser or to your device.
Gotcha, okay.
So that you could play that offline.
Gotcha.
Precisely. So
Okay.
then the next time you would go back, you just go to start, play, games, Blockout.
Totally.
And you could do this for any content that you have on Bitcoin.
So this is interesting. So I've been hearing some people talk a little bit about this because, back in the Ethereum days, everyone's like saying, okay, something's on chain. And then a lot of people put art that was actually like, JavaScript and HTML. Now, there's always a problem with that, right? Because you need something to run. You need a browser. Guess what? The browser isn't on chain, right? We don't have Brave or Google on chain. They are large, has anyone tried actually? Is there any browser?
You know what? I don't think so. We need some clever WebRTC stuff. We need a few interesting aspects that we're not quite there yet, but definitely something we're digging into.
Totally. So from here, though, at least there's a couple things that we think are pretty much permanent, right? So a JavaScript runtime is something that it's erasing that from the internet is pretty hard. That would be every government on earth would have to co-conspire to do it, right?
Precisely.
So, but the idea of what you're actually downloading, though, is all the stuff you need just to load it in any browser, right?
Correct.
So if I have any browser, then one click, it's local, it's downloaded, it's going to give you all the assets. And so how about other libraries and stuff? How do you divide up
So we have some very clever individuals working with us on this one. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to mention their names, but these are people that you're probably very familiar with in the space. And some of the best Bitcoin engineers that I've had the pleasure of working with. We've delivered delegates to, and we've started going backwards and forwards to see just how Bitcoin native we can take this.
Yeah.
Because this rabbit hole goes really, really quite deep.
Totally.
And ultimately, when you can build something that is familiar to people who are newcomers to the space, you're removing friction.
Yeah.
And with that removal of friction, we're onboarding new people. And when you can
Totally.
then showcase fun, innovative gaming in something that could be accessed within a click or two. That's how we start getting the onboarding of the next 5 million people.
Totally. This is also interesting too, because the fact that it's just hooking into all the inscriptions that already exist, it's like it's part of this remix culture, which is so much like part of ordinals, right? The idea is they're all there, they're all public. You've got them, synced on your own node. Why wouldn't we want to be playing with them and messing with them? So
Precisely. Yeah. And given the fact that the games console we're building with NVIDIA can actually run a full Bitcoin node, this opens up a few other interesting possibilities.
That is, I like the idea of what I want to play this new game. Woman, I got to sync my gaming console. It's like sync with what? Well, every game and every transaction and everything that's happening here. Okay, so how did the conversation with NVIDIA to actually build a console? So what does that actually look like, right?
Ooh, so this is a long story. So I developed the world's first self-contained virtual reality headset in 2012, like a long time ago.
Well, yeah.
I did a lot of prototyping. Every year we go to CES or GDC and we'd showcase a new prototype. So we built the first 720p headset, the first HD headset. Managed to get through to DJ Ko, the CEO of Samsung, persuade him to give me some 2.5K OLED display panels straight from the factory. No documentation, no drivers, no support. But we still managed to put together the world's first 2.5K VR headset.
Oh, wow, yeah.
I had to call in GeoHot for a favor, kind of get him to come and stay with me.
Whoa. You know GeoHot?
Oh, dude, I'll show you some shit later on. I literally had to call him up. I'll be like, I'll give you all the weed you need. All of the
okay, you're building, that's the GeoHot. Okay, you really do know him, Todd.
And so long story short, there was this technology called low persistence. This is really nerdy and not that.
Oh, hey, that's what we're here for. You already mentioned GeoHot. Let's go.
Okay, so I was working with this tremendous engineering studio outside in Sweden, WSI, Wireless Systems Integrated. They were all ex-Sony Ericsson individuals. Fascinating team. And for about a year, I'd managed to persuade Jensen, CEO of NVIDIA, to grant me the reference design to the Shield tablet. And we started reconfiguring that into a self-contained headset, very much like the Apple Vision Pro. We decoupled the battery to clip on your head, so we just had a display with a computer inside that was lightweight, but still not light enough. Yeah. And so we did a lot of prototyping with that. And over the sort of the few years of prototyping, we learned how to work very well with NVIDIA, which of course, don't ask them for support.
Oh, really? Is that okay?
That's really the thing. So when I went back finally to show Jensen the headset that we'd built out of the Shield reference design, coincidentally enough, the design team that we had used, WSI, had also designed the Koenigsegg CCX, which happened to be Jensen's favorite car.
Okay, nice.
So while I was sat there in the office with him, going through the deck, showing him the demo, he's like, "Why have you got my favorite car up in your deck?"
Yeah,
and I was like, "Well, the guys made that headset, made that car." And he's like,
wow, yeah.
"Oh, that's pretty cool." And this was back in the day. This was probably 2014, 2015 now, when the only other VR headsets that existed were these self-contained were these headsets that would tether to a PC.
Totally.
And they were low resolution.
Yeah.
So I had a wonderful time for a few years going around Hollywood with this self-contained 2.5K VR headset that was powered by Tegra, while everything else was tethered to a big desktop computer.
Totally.
And so over the course of sort of that, 14 years now, we went back to NVIDIA, we showed them what we'd built, and that actually got us the license, this partnership that we've now had with them since 2017.
Oh, yeah. And
we're the only company that they've actually granted that license to build consumer products using their AI technology, but running the Android baseboard. Yeah. Which, again, I'm a big gamer and I love Android. So to me, these are two very fun things to be able to do. But of course, the chips that we're using are very powerful. They're called Tegra, or Jetson, if you're familiar with the AI development space. The light versions, about 8 times the power of a Nintendo Switch. The Pro versions, about 20 times the power of a Nintendo Switch. But it'll run at about 15 watts. A wonderful piece of tech. Yeah. So all of this leads me to where I was getting to with GeoHot. So these incredible engineers, as wonderful as they were, could not figure out this one piece of technology called low persistence, mainly because, again, the display panels we got from Samsung had no documentation. There's no drivers. There was nothing. It was literally just panels from the factory.
Yeah.
So we managed to get them up and running, but we could not get this low persistence, the ability to switch the pixels on and off so quickly that you can't detect it, but it reduces motion blur significantly. Okay, so once you've seen it, you can never go back, put it that way. Yeah. And E3 was getting closer, and we still hadn't had it sorted. 6 months we were working on this. Yeah. And in the end, we got to about a week away, and I was like, Jesus, we might not do this. Yeah. And I was like, well, who is there that could do this? I was like, well, GeoHot. Yeah. I knew he was working on driverless car tech using Tegra as well. So I reached out to him, and I was like, hey, buddy, got a favor to ask. Why don't you come chill with me for a few days? I'll get you an E3 ticket. I'll keep you entertained. Yeah. And just come and chill.
Well, no, he'll entertain you. Okay, but keep sorry.
It's a wild time.
Yeah.
And sure enough, it sat in the Airbnb. I remember it so clearly. Knock on the door, open the door up, and I just sat there tinkering with the headset. And he walked straight in, didn't even greet us. So like, oh, is this the headset? Yeah. Picks it up, puts it on. Oh, that's an awful persistence problem. You're not showing that off, are you? I was like, dude, it's a conference in a few days. Yes, we are. Yeah. And he's like, fucking give me a computer. And literally, dude sits down, gets the engineers on the line. 45 minutes later, he'd written some low
Are you
persistence drivers.
joking? Really? Oh
45
my God.
minutes later, dude. It was
I would have killed to see a stream of that, he's so good streaming his work too. I would love to hear him just talking to the engineers and
God, dude, I'll send you the video. So
okay.
I had Samsung come into our secret showroom to come and check the tech out.
Yeah.
And I had GeoHot sat with me for the conference. And so GeoHot gets up halfway through and just starts shilling my tech to Samsung. And I'm like, don't tell him too much.
Yeah.
I'm like, hang on, there's a bit of IP here that you don't necessarily want to talk about. But no, really cool dude. A huge amount of love for GeoHot.
Totally. Yeah, he's one of no joke. In my Twitch stream coding, we have his rap songs available to be played. If you say ! GeoHot, it literally does. Well, it plays because he's just whatever. He's a legend. Like
he's an absolute rock star.
During COVID, he was keeping me the most entertained on Twitch. He was the best. But
he's an absolute rock star.
And the fact he's the guy that I love that you call him for something like that. Elon's called him before to be like, we got a problem. GeoHot. Like it's
Dude. Yeah, he's all right. I mean, so for those who don't know, GeoHot hacked the first iPhone. He hacked the first Samsung.
Yeah.
He hacked the first PlayStation.
First
3.
PlayStation, first iPhone.
He tricked some interesting individuals at Sony to retweeting the private keys. He did some fascinating stuff. Like, honestly, the dude is an absolute rebel and a rock star.
100%.
So much love for him.
And then Tiny Grad is like going nuts. Tiny Box, Tiny Grad, like amazing. So he just never stops. So.
Doesn't. Yeah. Absolute awesome dude. So ultimately, that's where we stopped developing self-contained headsets, because even though we decoupled the battery like the Vision Pro, the headset still weighed too much. So we had to say, what's next? Well, if we've decoupled the battery, let's do the next logical thing. Let's decouple the compute from the display as well.
Okay, yeah.
And by doing that, what you can do is effectively have what I now call a spatial computer. And effectively, this is my spatial computer, where you have a computer and a hot swappable battery. And this is now a full desktop class computer.
Yeah.
Capable of powering televisions, touchscreens as a little switch-like device, but also XR displays. You put the console into a little bag. So this development of gaming technology has really been my passion and my bread and butter.
Yeah.
But then ordinals came along.
Yeah.
And ordinal theory came along. And then I saw how nascent the technology was, but yet how much potential it had.
Totally.
And so naturally, the artists, as who are already familiar with tech from NFTs, were the first ones to jump on, which is wonderful.
Yeah.
But I believe there will be a new class of developers who are now going to start to understand how ordinal theory truly works, and they are going to do some magnificent stuff. And I think it will be that will be the content that will be created that will bring on the normie no-coiners into thinking, you know what, I don't necessarily believe in Bitcoin as a transactional vehicle, but I do want that shiny thing, and if I have to get Bitcoin to get it, then so be it.
Yeah.
And I mean, to me, whatever achieves Nakamoto's dream is all good. I don't really mind what the killer app is, so long as everyone's got a little bit
gaming's
of
a fun way to do it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so all of this leads back to, right, well, how do we onboard the masses? How do we make that process easier for them?
Yeah.
And so everything we've done in our technology building has been to remove friction, has been to make that process easier for people, both by hardware and software. Yeah. And so with what we're trying to do with Ordos, I don't know if you're familiar with...
Okay, so that's the name now? Ordos.
Ordos. Well, you remember...
DOS.
You remember ODOS?
No, ODOS, no.
Oh, shit. Okay, ODOS stood for One Dirty Operating System, which was the OS that Bill Gates pinched, and then he called it DOS.
Oh, okay, nice.
So I felt Ordos, I felt like...
Love it, I like it, yeah.
So this is a sort of Ordos, as you can see, alpha version 1.06 at the moment.
Yeah.
But this is going to be released as an ordinal.
Okay.
And this will be an ordinal that you can buy. And if you buy this ordinal, inadvertent shill, you will receive
you're allowed to shill.
your games console.
Okay.
So effectively, it is a full stack approach to having an operating system natively inscribed onto Bitcoin, able to access the hardware that we've developed. Or if you don't have the games console, you can run it on your phone, or you can run it on a browser. But ultimately, we are sort of targeting to use this on the device because we do run a full Bitcoin node and all clients.
Yeah.
So it all ties it all together to provide an experience that gamers are already familiar with.
Yeah.
And that, to me, is the thing that's going to onboard the next wave of individuals.
Well, there's a bunch of there's interesting stuff there too, because if you actually are running an ORD client on your gaming console, like that, actually, there's such a barrier for someone to first get set up and sync a node and all that, but you could eventually like hook up like inscriptions through your gaming console, right?
Exactly right.
So so now you're here. I'll move my head. There you go. Okay.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
No, perfect. Yeah.
So we're also going to be inspired hugely by Trevor as Pizza Ninja's project. They have this Super Nintendo emulator embedded within it.
Totally.
Wonderful. So for instance, in the future, you'd be able to go to your Ordos and you'd be able to go to File, Install Pizza Ninja. And that would be stored locally in your browser or on the device. And you could use that provided you don't clear your browser cache. You can use that in your browser like a personalized OS. But we realized that there's a lot of very cool games that people may want to play. And so this is where we started looking at what we could describe along with this. So we're going to be having a Commodore 64, Game Boy Advance, Game Boy Color, Nintendo 64, Nintendo, of course, Nintendo Entertainment System, PlayStation 1, and a Sega Master System, all as applications that are pre-installed.
Yeah.
And using some very clever SAT endpoints, we can continue to upgrade this operating system
Yeah.
for all time.
Okay, you want to break down, not get too technical,
No, of course.
but
So-
how are you doing that? How
So
are you?
we can reinscribe the base SAT that
Okay.
allows us to add more to it.
Gotcha,
So
yeah,
effectively, we're just adding more and more and more and more.
Totally.
And so by doing that, you're able to then, for instance, pre-install an application for everyone. So
Yeah.
let's say, you wanted someone to be able to play the game straight off the bat. We could simply have all games categorized.
Totally.
Now, the dream I really want to get this to is to be able to simply go to my documents, my pictures, or our documents, our pictures would probably be a more appropriate phrasing for it. And then just have the entire indexing of everything that we have on Bitcoin. Have the images in one folder, videos in your video folder.
Yeah.
And just start making this more user-friendly that
Got
people
you.
are already familiar with.
Gotcha. The idea, even like, so yeah, if we're turning all the ordinals that are already out there into an operating system, but you're actually making it easier to say like, okay, well, what are the games out there right now?
Precisely.
If I've got them all, if I've got a Nord client at home, what do I have? I know there's like a bunch of pictures on here. I know there's some videos. How do I go through them? I go through ordinals.com and I hit next page, next page, slowly and like experiment. So this would be, okay.
This is more intuitive. Again, this is tapping into the nostalgia that we in Web3 all love and adore,
Yeah.
but also reminds you of how to use a bloody computer, how to find your stuff. And
Totally.
Everyone remembers, everyone remembers their Windows 95 experience.
Oh, yeah,
right?
yeah.
It's still simple, but this is the early days of Bitcoin. This is really nascent technology that needs to get its foot in and to get a decent foundation for others to be able to understand what it is they're looking at.
Totally.
And I think a friendly, nice little user, something like AutoS, which is easy to use, opens up that to new people who, again, don't necessarily know much about Bitcoin or Nord or anything like that, but still see, if I click that button, I can play a game. I understand that. And they don't need to know any more than that unless they want to. And if they want to, then there's a whole rabbit hole for them to dig into.
Totally. So this is that you're definitely like, you're building like, if it's an operating system, it's a platform so people can build on it, right?
Correct.
So if you're a developer, like how would you get started? How would you like be like, okay, cool. Well, I want to put my games on there. I want to build off OrtOS. How would that work? Is it just inscribe
an ordinal.
It's inscribed. Okay.
That's all you have to do.
So how are you like, is there any like material for someone to be like, okay, look, here's an example of one that we've done that's worked. Here's
So for instance, as we
Blockout.
have Blockout, exactly. So this is the one that we're currently showing off, but we'll keep adding more as we sort of roll out new versions. We were under a bit of a time crunch to get this ready in time for the conference. So this is it's a MVP. So
totally.
this is certainly not the finished thing, but we'll keep updating this and we'll keep sharing the updates as we get along. But ultimately, yes. So the whole idea of being able to have this thing deliverable, but also upgradable for the rest of time is something that we're really quite passionate about.
Totally. So there's a couple different people. There's someone who they're going to buy the ordinal, and then they're going to actually receive this hardware. So when would that be like happening? How does that look like now?
We've just had the developer kits tooled finally from the factory. So we're going through just lining them out. I've been very hesitant. I could have done this a while ago, but I didn't want to make people wait a few months to receive the hardware.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah.
So we're going to do a very limited run, maybe 100 or 200 units, just so that we're able to deliver that hardware quickly enough within a couple of weeks to those people.
Totally, yeah.
And that will be our test run. That will be targeted towards developers of all sorts and shapes and sizes on all different platforms. It could be an XR dev, it could be an AI dev, it could be a Web3 dev. And ultimately, once that's rolled out, then we still collect the content that's going to be generated from that, and we can start looking at what we can inscribe to then add to this.
Totally. Okay, nice. So if you want to, because there's people out there going to listen and go, I want that to be me.
Wonderful.
I want one of those kits. How do they become one of those people?
It's a great question. So
I'm asking for myself.
Thank you. I'd say reach out to myself. Really, that's going to be the best way.
Okay.
I'm very easy to get through to. Some Frog Online is my Discord handle.
Okay, some frog online, yeah.
Or if you're Telegram, Unique NFT. Also on Twitter, Unique NFT.
Nice.
As it sounds. So by all means, reach out if you're interested in any tech that you want to mess around with. We are literally getting these things ready to go pretty sharpish.
Okay, nice. So I was gonna say that's one of the things too. Like we work so much like on software, whatnot. Like hardware is different. It is hard. It is a challenge. It's not something you just walk into. You know what I mean? So it's like you have to be someone like you who's actually has experienced this for a while. Like, so what's it been like actually getting this thing manufactured? Like, well,
it's been 12 years.
12 years, okay.
12 years of grinding. I mean, we've gone through 8 iterations of technology. We built 7 different VR headsets that were all self-contained in some way, shape, or form, and 3 different prototypes of the wearable spatial computer before we decided on what we were going to bring to market.
Totally.
So the developer kit that you get won't be as pretty as this, but it will be fully functional.
developer kits always get a like monstrosity. You know what I mean? Have you seen some of the old like PlayStation? It always is like, what the heck is this thing?
Great big boxes.
Yeah, exactly.
Effectively, we have the dev kits that are fully functional. Now, there's a few interesting ways you can use this. Beyond a traditional desktop TV and a traditional XR display, we can now attach a magnetic screen and control it, so you can use this like a switch, but it's
nice, yeah.
steroids. So there's a lot of ways we can do this, and we're already treating it like a Swiss Army knife of a piece of technology, because we don't know what the killer app's going to be. So we want to make sure the developers who get their hands on this are free to develop whatever they want, which is why, we focus on an open source operating system.
Totally.
We want to embrace all kinds of content.
Totally. So we've seen some, like, there's some people like messing around kind of with some, like you're saying, like Pizza Ninjas with the Nintendo emulator, or Super Nintendo emulator. Yes, exactly. Have you seen any other people in the space who you've been like, okay, cool, there's one, we need to get them here?
Pizza Ninjas have done a tremendous job. I haven't seen much that would go beyond that. I would need to have a think, but ultimately, no, there's not a huge amount out there that I'm familiar with. So I'm hoping this could serve as a call to action to those who would be interested, or those who have already done it that I haven't been able to find, because there's 76 million ordinals. I haven't had a chance to look at them all yet.
I literally, some days, I just sit there, I go to ordinals.com, and I try and just go through the new ones, and I'm looking, and it is a long process. It is so fast, and it's hard. And sometimes, too, you click on something, you don't know fully what it is right away. You know? So it's hard to even explore, like, is this a game? You're looking from the outside. You don't know always. And then you click and you go, wait a minute, what's someone doing over here?
Precisely.
Yeah. So for the, like, there's people who might not actually do the console, though, right?
Correct.
So how would they be interacting with it? What's that going to look like?
So again, just as you would go and visit any other ordinal, you would go to sort of any way you like. Could be ordinals.com or .io or something else we'll introduce at a later point in time, and you just use it on your browser. Yeah. And provided you don't clear your browser cache, that thing will act like your operating system, but it's just going to be running in the browser.
Okay,
so
nice.
that is your personalized system. Anything that you've downloaded will remain there up until you clear your cache.
Totally. So what things like made this possible? Was it something you like were right away saying, okay, we can do this, or when Ordinals came out, or was it more, okay, we got recursion, okay, we got parent-child, okay, now it's possible. Exactly. What were the pieces that needed to happen till you were like, okay,
you've hit the nail? It was literally that. It was literally right. We can put data on sats, fantastic. Now how can we put more data on sats? It's too big, right? We can't. So how can we use recursion? Okay, now we've got recursion. How do we tie it all together? How do we make it look pretty? I mean, it's basically the roadmap to getting this.
Well, so are there any other pieces missing that could like help unlock even more? What are the next things? I
want a WebRTC interface in there. I want to be able to add sort of online interactivity, because ultimately at the moment you're trapped within this shared C drive that is ordinal theory.
Yes, 100%. Yes.
The bridge outside of that would be interesting.
So have you? Is anyone working on that, building on that? Have you looked at?
I've had a couple of interesting conversations with Trevor, but other than that, I don't know if anyone is actually working on it. I think that was just more sort of futurist talk.
There might be there's probably someone here in a corner developing.
Please reach out to me. I'd love to talk to you.
Yeah, beautiful. Well, I was gonna say that is another part of like for gaming, right? A lot of early games, there was no internet, right? So the type of games, they were small, they were self-contained, and then honestly, like, I just play Super NES. I play Donkey Kong Country 1 and 2 over and over again. That's what I do.
Really?
Yeah. So it makes sense, that style. Now, once you did allow like online access, right? Like we don't see too many. There's not like Super NES games that had online. So
it's not necessarily online. So the way I would look at it is more how to do online, how to do multiplayer games.
Yes.
Precisely, through ordinals.
Totally.
So you could then play Mario Kart, let's say, if you... It's a grey area, of course, of emulation. Let's say some Mario Kart.
No, remember, you're allowed to own the ROM if you own the game, all right? And I own every game.
Precisely. I have them all many times over.
We all do, yeah.
Riptide GP. That's a great one I can give you an example of. It's on Android. It's a local split screen multiplayer gaming. To be able to take something like that and be able to have different people in different parts of the world be able to play this all through ordinals, I think is interesting. But this does sound absolutely batshit insane, because we haven't done the R&D in that yet. That's something that we're starting to look into a little bit more.
Totally, yeah. So what does that look like right now for your team? Because there's changes happening to Bitcoin. Well, there might be. We'll see. There's Ord client updates happening. Are you like you're trolling the GitHub? You're watching issues coming in. You're watching pull requests. You're saying, "Ooh, we can use that." Or
I'm very fortunate that we're working with some spectacular Bitcoin engineers. Yeah. So we gave Sci4 dev kit a few months ago.
Okay, there you go. Okay. So Sci4's got the first dev kit. Okay. Smart move.
Gmart has been giving me a hand with a few other bits and pieces as well, Greg. So I'm very lucky to know some really incredible individuals. I can't say that I've been doing this all myself. I'm not just some dude that's crazy, but I do have a tremendous team that supports me. That is the only way we've been able to get this stuff built in the time frame that we have. Totally.
NVIDIA's not just Jensen, right? It takes a couple engineers, very well paid engineers.
Very well paid engineers at the moment.
Yeah. Okay, nice. So kind of like what is the next steps we should be looking for then, right? So if I'm a person, I'm definitely interested, like obviously the dev kit, I'm reaching out to you and I'm saying, look, here's my GitHub, okay? Look, I swear to God, I'm gonna make something cool, all right? I swear, I'm real. Look at all my stars. Look at all my my green squares here. But if you're like a more like a normie who's like saying, oh, this sounds cool. I like games. I want to test this out. I want to be part of it. What's like the steps to like follow along?
So Curve Reality is the Twitter handle you should follow, at Curve Reality, all one word. And that will give you the most up-to-date information. I mean, you'll see the few things. You'll notice the Forbes article from CES where we set up a holodeck. We had a room covered in retroreflective material. We partnered with Tilt 5, who is traditionally a tabletop gaming company.
I know Tilt 5. Yeah, of
You
course,
know,
yeah.
Jerry's
No, only Jerry. I know the company just because
You need to know
Yeah,
Jerry.
it's like what is it? Tabletop gaming, but like it's the mixed with VR. So or not VR. It's AR.
It's holographic.
Exactly. Yeah.
Precisely.
Yeah.
So the traditional use case for them, because of course they're tethered to a desktop PC, it's a tabletop.
Yeah.
Of course, you've got a PC there, tabletop there.
Yeah.
But being able to plug it into a small little sling that you put over your shoulder
Totally.
opens up an entirely new use case. So at CES, we had an entire suite set up with floor-to-ceiling retroreflective material.
Yeah.
And we just welcome people in, we put the sling on them, and put the glasses on them, and they just walk around. And anywhere they look becomes this window into this 3D environment.
Totally.
It's really, really cool.
Yeah, that sounds good. I still have not been to a CES. I need to go. And I watch the updates every year, and I'm always like, God, I want to go.
You need to go vegan.
Yeah. So wait. So you go every year pretty much, right?
Pretty much every year.
Okay.
We've
So
been-
this year, outside of what you did, what was other stuff that this year you saw that was like, oh boy, that's pretty cool.
I was really disappointed this year. I'm not gonna
really?
lie. I was really disappointed.
Okay, then I'm glad I
I
didn't go
saw
this year.
very, very little stuff that blew me away.
Really interesting.
Yeah, I don't know why. I saw a lot of the same shit, just repurposed.
Yeah.
Nothing too new. Yeah, I was underwhelmed.
Okay, interesting. Curious, like since you've been in the space so long doing headsets here, Apple Vision Pro, what was like your reactions?
I laughed.
You laughed, okay.
So it's an interesting one. So the whole idea of Apple releasing a self-contained headset, like Steve Jobs would have rolled in his bloody grave if he saw what they did to his company and what they did with that piece of technology.
Yeah.
There's no chance in hell he would have let that thing ship.
Yeah.
I think it was more pressure I think Tim Cook was under a lot of pressure from the shareholders, from the directors to basically do something to get into XR.
Totally.
But the reality is, let's look at what Apple are doing. They've built a headset that, yes, they've decoupled the battery to make it light.
Yeah.
But they have this all of the computing inside the headset. Now, why would they do that? I believe, I could be wrong here, but I believe they did that because if they took the compute out the headset, they'd become a display manufacturer. There's no money in that for them. It's a race to the bottom. It's who can then make the smallest, cheapest, lightest glasses. Yeah. What Apple want is that ecosystem, that app store, that analytics of how that device is being used. And to basically not be able to have your device jailbroken and plugged into something like my device, they've got to keep it all self-contained. So I think what we'll see is the next 2 generations of Apple Vision Pro headsets will still be self-contained, maybe slightly smaller form factor. Yeah. But then I think maybe 3rd generation that we get closer to a consumer product, they're going to try and go down the road that we have, which is decoupling the compute as well. Totally. And they'll probably end up plugging it into something like a screenless iPhone would be my best guess. Yeah. Because using your iPhone is dangerous because, of course, the horsepower requirement and the battery life. You don't want to drain your phone after half an hour's use and then not have a phone for the rest of the day.
Yes.
So I think there will be dedicated hardware specifically for the Vision Pro, and it will move to the Ray-Ban-esque type glasses that weigh less than 100 grams, which, I mean, when you get less than 50 grams, that's when we'll see mass adoption. That's when we're going to start flirting with, hey, could these things replace a mobile or a tablet or a TV at home? But that's still some time away. So I think it was more Apple needed the data and the analytics as to how the developers were using this. And if they took everything out of the headsets, then probably wouldn't be able to get access to that analytics anymore.
Totally.
So good on them for trying. I remember making my first headsets. But yeah, too heavy. I called it. It's going to become closet wear. You'll use it for 20 minutes. You'll put it down. It'll collect dust. You'll never look at it again. And it's a shame. That's exactly what happened. Which is... I don't know. I was surprised. I really was. Because I was hearing rumors before CES that Apple were going to be showing off something, hot swappable, magnetic, this, that, and the other. And I was like, this sounds awfully like my device. I'm a little annoyed about that.
Yeah, you're getting scared. Yeah.
Pretty much. And so when I went there and then they showed that off, I just chuckled. I was like, oh my God.
Yeah.
Whew, I still have a few years. That's okay.
yeah, totally. Well, it did do, one thing, which is it got people all like talking about it and memeing and like at least like.
That's it, because when I was doing demos traditionally, you're showing something that there's no comparable that you can say like this but that.
Yeah.
So when the Vision Pro came out, all of a sudden my job became a hell of a lot easier.
Totally.
They normalized a cable going to one thing to another thing.
Yep.
That's fine. If Apple are doing it, you can do it too. And they did it in a way that, now allows me to walk around to pull out a pair of glasses that weighs 90 grams into a computer that will cost $500-$600. which is an absolute fraction of the weight and the cost of what the Apple Vision Pro costs.
Totally.
And you then have the luxury of being able to unplug those glasses and plug a new pair of glasses in, or a VR headset, or a TV, or a touchscreen, and use it any way you want to.
Totally.
And that notion of planned obsolescence that we're seeing so much in this space disgusts me. The games industry, the way it's moved, disgusts me. There's so much that's wrong with the space that we wanted to build technology that was the antithesis of all of that.
Yeah.
And so if the developer kit, battery cells can be expensive, especially in a curved form factor. So we decided to use Milwaukee drill batteries just for the developer kit.
Okay.
So that you can go to your hardware store and pick up a Milwaukee drill battery of any size and just plug it in.
I love that.
Like a
Yeah.
magazine, and it clicks in. So we've really done everything we can to make this thing as user-friendly, as interesting, and I like to call it a Swiss Army knife of a computer.
Yeah, totally.
It really can do a bit of
Well,
everything.
maybe talk about that. The curved form factor. How'd you guys? Is that because wearing it on the body, you wanted to?
Well, yeah. So if you can't have the compute in the headset and you can't have the compute on the floor, where else are you going to put it?
Yeah.
We can't put it in the cloud, at least not yet,
Yeah.
not for a while. So ultimately, it has to go on your person.
Yeah.
And so we partnered with Surface Inc., who are the best design house in Silicon Valley. They were Apple's design house, actually, for 20 years before they brought everything in-house. So they worked on the iPhone, the MacBook Pro, the iPod, basically all of that really cool things. And we sat down with them for about 18 months to come up with what would be the best form factor, where's the best place to put it, and what we were left with was a curved computer, effectively, which is where the name Curve came from.
Yeah. Okay, okay. Now it's all making sense. Okay, I was like, why is it curved? Oh, curved. Yeah. Beautiful.
In fact, you'll notice the logo is the 3 components of Curve overlaid. on top of
Okay,
each
cool. Okay, nice. So where do you think? So you've been in the space so long around AR, VR, XR, all these things like that. Where do you think we're at for like it to be a regular part of the average? Like everyone uses an iPhone, or everyone uses a phone, right? A smartphone of some sort, right? Yep. There's people who have their headsets. Some people, there's gaming that actually people do use. There's some artists doing stuff here, but it's still kind of like a niche thing. It's not like a must-have. What is your opinion on like the adoption when it's going to be of course everyone has of course I do this in, AR or VR.
Again, it's this 50-gram weight threshold.
Okay.
As soon as we get to that point,
Yeah.
while still being able to provide some level of immersion or utility, fucking dirty word, utility, but some sort of way of using them that is actually useful, that's when you're going to start seeing it being used in enterprise. That's when people will start wearing these things all day, every day. And that's ultimately why waste a hand with a phone when you don't have to? You can just look around.
No, 100%.
Like this is the direction we're moving in, but I think we're still 5+ years away from actually.
Okay, interesting. I was gonna say the weight factor is definitely an issue, and not just that. Like I don't know if you're seeing people who wear their headphones all day now. It's classic. People getting dents in their head. That Apple Vision Pro. I mean, if you wear that for regular, you're gonna be
completely.
Yeah. Curious about your opinion on the Meta Ray-Bans. Because they're not AR VR, right? But they are, it's light and
wonderful data harvesting devices.
Yeah. Scaring me. I wear them.
Well, the thing
is,
is,
right now,
you're not allowed to buy them in the airport if you fly to certain countries.
Really? Oh, I didn't even know that.
GDPR.
Oh my God, I didn't even realize that. Okay, well, I gotta. Oh, okay.
So I mean, yeah.
Hi,
Mark.
Yeah, hi. It's just. Hey, wait, Zuck's cool now. Okay, he's open sourcing AI. Okay, so he's cool now. He wasn't cool.
To be fair, I do like that. I do like that because they realized they couldn't compete with OpenAI. So they're like, well, fuck it. Maybe the rest of the world can give it a chance. And so good on him for that. Like we've actually got Llama running.
Nice, sick. Oh, cool, awesome.
Running on Curve because I'm a big believer in local AI. Dude, AI is an extension of your brain more so than your mobile device already. And so to give that just to the cheapest service provider is outrageous. Yeah. To be able to run that locally on your device, I think is going to be the way this thing moves.
Totally. Well, also we're seeing right now too, like the fact that these models, we don't know what we're actually interacting with. I know I'm getting experimented on by ChatGPT, and Claude is so good in the first week, and the next week it's not as good. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm really talking to the same thing. I know that they're swapping stuff out. I want to see what I'm actually running, and the censorship is just going to keep getting worse because it's it's that whole problem of like I remember laughing with ChatGPT in the first like week. I was doing like, I don't know, sushi order, something like that. And I was asking it to like, talk about fatty tuna. It goes, no, we're not going to let you say fatty. And I'm like, no, I'm talking about tuna. And it's like, no, you're not shaming tuna on our platform. And I was like, guys, I'm literally working on.
That is hilarious.
Yeah.
Yep. So stable diffusion, we can run locally.
Nice.
So this whole, bear in mind, Tegra was built for embedded machines, for AI, for driverless cars. We're simply taking that and using it as a games console now.
Totally.
So it is perfectly tuned in to be able to do some really powerful AI stuff.
Totally.
The Pro version will have 1,000 ampere cores. I mean, it's a powerful beast. There's a lot of horsepower going under there.
Nice. So with how did you guys choose actually to put Llama on there? Were you evaluating other models and like?
Yeah, it was. Well, in all honesty, the first one we got up and running.
Gotcha. Perfect. Yeah, makes sense.
So that was
that's the part. I mean that. Yeah.
Exactly. But this is why we're looking for developers of all, not just Bitcoin developers. If you're an XR developer, an AI developer, it doesn't really matter who you are, just get in touch, because we want the next wave of amazing content to be as impressive as it can be.
100%, 100%. Okay, Snoop, we're gonna have to wrap up in 1 second, but just before we do, I mean, first of all, you guys don't know, Snoop is involved in everything too. Every single tech thing, you know. I still got I'm still trying to understand the DMT wars going on. You know what I mean? That's another exactly. That's another private one. Well, we probably should schedule. That would be fun actually to schedule and do a little talk one of these days, because it's interesting here. But just before we wrap up here, where should we find more info? How do we follow along?
Thank you. I'd say curvereality.com is the website, or Curve Reality, the Twitter handle. Best two places to follow along what we're doing with Ordos and with the hardware.
Beautiful, beautiful. Also, make sure you got to follow you on Twitter too, because you're always involved. You know, you're putting out info that's good. So. Yeah. Beautiful. Thank you, everyone. That was a lot of fun. We'll talk to you for more a little bit here. Let's see some gaming on Bitcoin. Thank you, Jerry. Hi, everyone. We're back at the compound. And today I'm pretty excited because we've been doing a lot of interviews today. And I mean, truthfully, I need a drink right now. So we brought in Sailor Gary of Spirit Punks to talk about, first of all, apparently it's like a government-backed gin company. No, I'm just joking. We're going to talk about what you've been building over at Spirit Punks, maybe a little bit about your background because it's pretty interesting, okay? So why don't you introduce yourself, tell us, who you are, what you're working on.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Sailor Gary. I am one of the co-founders of Spirit Punks. We are making Web3 alcohol.
Nice.
And leveraging, universal IP that will take over the world.
Nice. I was going to say, D-Gen's like the drink, okay? So it's not a bad mix here, okay? I host a weekly meetup, and I can't keep a beer in that place. I can't keep a fifth of anything in there for more than 5 minutes without someone taking it here. So one thing I do want to talk, you have a really crazy background, right? Honestly, like, when you're explaining how you ended up in this industry, it's not a thing of like, okay, cool, we're gonna now just sell alcohol, right? So how did you end up in this industry? Explain a little bit of your background.
So we actually have a distillery in California. We started that essentially as a spin-up of our old applied physics lab. We were both working, my distillery partner and I were working in applied physics. And
okay, what is applied physics?
It's basically like when you're using, physics.
Yeah, so there's the theoretical whatever you call it. I was to say physicians. No. But there's the theoretical, and there's, hey, we actually use this for stuff. I don't know, maybe rockets or something. You know what I mean?
So we were we don't market the side of it, but we were a high intensity ultrasound lab.
Okay.
And we had DARPA funding and DoD funding to explore some really unique tech, really centered around a phenomenon called sonoluminescence, which is actually, the Latin of that would be light from sound.
Okay.
We were able to compress different liquids, create huge pressure differentials, and in certain scenarios, we could create sparks. They basically collapse.
So wait, this is what I'm saying. Like I said, this is like the craziest background I've ever heard. How did you even you went to school for physics and then you got recruited and
I applied for a job at a physics lab.
Yeah.
And I met my current business partner there.
Yeah.
We actually that's where we discovered Bitcoin itself.
Oh, really?
Bitcoin
Yeah.
White paper was part of our job to consume different papers in physics, chemistry, cryptography.
Yeah, nice.
So in 2012.
So you got paid to read the Bitcoin white paper? Lucky.
I got to read it. I presented the idea to our scientist board in 2012.
Wow.
They all thought we were insane.
Yeah.
And then we privately invested in some of the first rounds of ASICs.
Oh wow. Nice.
Butterfly
Jesus.
Labs back in the before Bitmain.
Nice. Okay. So you had the alpha early. Okay. You were smart early. You know it. So first, DARPA, DoD, they're first. You're exploring this. So you said sonoluminescence.
Yeah, sonoluminescence. My old mentor basically pioneered the field.
Okay, so the government is saying we think this might be useful for what? Were you making
the easiest way to think about it is we had unique IP on a microscopic hammer.
Okay,
it's not like a precision scalpel.
Yeah.
We had all the best, most intense versions of it. So it was what can we really do?
Yeah.
We had modules in water purification. We did fuel purifications. We were nanoparticle abrasives. We had some relatively cool proof of concepts on diamond synthesis from graphite.
Oh wow, okay.
And you're basically saying I have a super hot, super localized, reaction that I'm creating. What can I do with that?
Okay, cool. So first you're exploring all these different worlds. It might be, like you're saying, water purification or fuel purification or something like that. When did you first say, wait a minute, we could maybe make alcohol more pure?
We were working with ethanol. It became hey, I can also drink this. It's not methanol. I have the ethanol version.
Yeah.
And the government is looking at the fuel side of things. And,
totally.
It really wasn't until we had the opportunity to kind of buy the guts of the lab that we were actually contemplating.
Wait, so explain this buying the guts of the lab. Okay, so first you're working at a lab, you're doing this crazy stuff, DARPA, DoD funded, and then all of a sudden you're like, okay, first of all, we're learning some cool stuff we could do with this. We need to buy the gear. Is that what? My
partner was the longest tenured at the lab, and so when we didn't get our federal funding renewed, he was approached by the CEO to help sell some of the assets on consignment, and we basically put a super low ball offer together, and bought the guts, roped as much licensing and IP as we possibly could, and
nice.
For better or worse, they said yes, and here we are.
Okay, so that's pretty interesting. Like the idea, first of all, of like you're working at a lab. This is like pretty intense technology, right? It sounds like what are the devices?
Intense is a good word. They look like kind of like small naval mines.
Okay.
So you have basically spheres.
Yeah.
And they're like precision machine spheres, and they have transducers, which are essentially like ultrasound speakers. And they basically convert current to vibration.
Okay.
And so you're saying, okay, I'm running vibration into this system. You kind of think of it as like throwing a rock in the water, and you get outward concentric ripples. And that's 2 dimensions. So you have like the opposite effect happening in 3 dimensions.
Yeah.
You get a high pressure wave converging on the center. It has nowhere to go.
Yeah.
It reflects. It creates a bubble or a cavity, cavitation that doesn't want to be there.
Yeah.
And when that sound reassimilates with enough symmetry, you can smack that bubble down at like 10,000 Gs, sometimes create a spark 2 or 3 times the surface temperature of the sun.
That's that's a little scary. Okay, so you are like, when you're in the lab, what does that look like? How much safety stuff do you have to have when you're doing this stuff?
A ton.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we basically blew out our neighbors' companies' like aerospace ballistic testing equipment.
Yeah.
And it wasn't my lab at the time, but
yeah. No, that's good. When it's the
if
government's
OSHA
lab, it's okay to maybe blow up a couple things. When it's mine, hey, don't be doing that with my equipment.
Lots and lots of safety.
Nice.
We had like ballistic steel cages for these things.
Okay, nice. Jeez, ballistic, exactly. After like getting the lab, what was then the evolution? Like, where'd you go from there? Because before you're doing it, sounds like you're not actually like monetizing it right away, right? It was more research before. Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely. And it was kind of our like dream lab, and then the reality set in that you're like, hey, we have to actually monetize this operation, or just like come up with other jobs and then tinker in our free time.
Yeah.
So we had some cool intellectual property in like biogas capture. So while we were essentially running like a 6-month opened garage sale on extra assigned equipment that was redundant for us, we were trudging around.
Also, I want to know, who are the people that are buying this stuff? That's probably the coolest cast of characters you've ever met. I just have a feeling anyone who's like trolling for formerly DARPA funded lab equipment that is.
I mean, it's a lot of like, multimeters and function generators and, some, cross application stuff that people might have some interest in. And then there's ultra esoteric shit that people are like, I like that for the art piece of it.
Oh, really? Okay, nice, yeah.
And you're like, all right.
Yeah, hey, if you want to pay me for it, okay, everything's art if for the right price here.
And it was like a 30-person lab, and there's not 30 of us.
Gotcha,
so
totally.
We're like, cool, we'll sell the desks and we'll sell the all the other.
That's how I always get. Don't ever buy a Herman Miller chair new. Okay, you wait till a lab or a company goes out of business and you sweep them up. So how is the evolution then into just actual like?
Yeah, so we had the other IP we had was in alcohol, obviously, and so we're like, hey, this will be easy. We'll start a craft brand. We have this great tech, and it will sell itself. And of course, that was incredibly naive.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
We're not branding, marketing gurus. We're nerds.
Yeah, totally. Well, you have. I'm like laughing. You're like, we have this IP, we have that IP, we have this IP. It's like that's I don't have any IP. I have no patents. I mean, you know what I mean? So it's like, well, actually, if you don't mind me, a little detour. How does that work? Is it you and a partner? You have patents together? How do you?
So the patents are actually owned by the original financiers and the DoD, and we have exclusive licensing.
Okay, gotcha.
Layers that we're utilizing.
Also, I love Department of Defense. That's who owns the patents that I work with. That's a little crazy.
It's part of like why we can't easily do tequila, because tequila has to be produced and bottled in Jalisco.
I didn't know that.
Our equipment, like one of the only caveats is our equipment can't leave the country.
Whoa. Okay. Because first of all, you're scaring me, man. If the DoD's like, you can't take your equipment out of the country, I'm like, what do you have in there? You know what I mean? So. Okay, so as you actually started manufacturing, what was that process like initially? Was it like you guys already had the tech and then
So we have basically like bench scale proof of concept,
Yeah.
and we have brute forced like the commercialization of that.
Yeah.
Is fun to have done, but probably not the way we would have gone about it. Had
Yeah.
we, hindsight being 2020.
Yeah.
So we applied for distillery licenses, got that set up. That took maybe a year and a half.
Yeah.
And launched a commercial craft
A
brand
little closer to
in California.
Yeah.
And then realized, we're doing a brand build. And
Yes.
I've, created a wonderful boutique, Northern California, mountain river motif feel. But
Yeah.
of course, that's not going to sell well in Miami. And if
Yeah,
I
yeah.
sell this tech to Diageo or Rico Pernard or Beam Suntory.
Okay, so
And
that's is that part of it too? You guys think about that? You're like saying, okay, who are the major
Yeah, I mean,
actual distilleries out there? How do we make something appeal? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's a pretty entrenched industry, and
Yes.
I'm not making, I'm not going out to like convert people to drinking alcohol. Like, there's a fixed market.
Yeah.
It's a finite. It's 600.
No, we're gonna onboard the masses.
Yeah,
We're
hey,
gonna
you,
finally
you smoke
onboard.
weed. Do you want something a little bit more addictive and
Yeah.
probably less healthy for you?
Yeah.
Yeah, but basically, you're saying, okay, if I don't want to be in alcohol for the next 40 years, like,
Yeah.
what do I want to do with this? I can turn it
Totally.
into a distillery style revenue model, or I can have it a growth model and take market share as fast as possible
Yeah.
and sell the brand.
Okay, totally.
And we'd frankly like to see like our tech layer prolific
Yeah.
across hundreds of brands. Because
Totally,
we're
yeah.
like, hey, this is a value add.
Totally.
It doesn't cost us a huge amount to add that extra purification layer.
Totally.
But we're also not, entrenched in the global alcohol mafia.
Totally. Oh yeah, it's a mafia. It is. Yeah. Yeah.
And so we're not going to be the ones to like put that, send out 20 million cases and
Totally.
cross verticals.
Yeah, interesting. So like when you actually started like manufacturing, you're getting to a point of like, hey, we're gonna actually, drink this. Here we go to selling. What was that process like? Are you actually, because it's this weird mix of like you're describing very intense science, and then there's also you're making alcohol. So is it like
No, I mean in the marketing of alcohol, there's like some pretty strict
Yeah.
moratoriums on like scientific marketing alcohol. You really can't have anything confusing, and you really don't want people walking around and saying my poison's better than your poison.
Yeah, no, yeah,
Like,
totally,
This
totally.
is clean poison. You're like,
Yeah.
this is all. It's all fine.
Yeah, water will always be so like. But I'm saying, like, would you do like taste testings after? Like what does that look like? Like,
Yeah.
is your lab
yes,
half like?
yes.
Because that's the thing that's kind of scary. You're describing something that's like 7
There's
times
really-
hotter than the sun, and you're like, or you're not drinking while you're doing it.
No. So basically, the lab worked in more high intensity modules, and
Okay.
ethanol is relatively fragile compared to like tungsten, right? Like,
Yeah.
These sparks can melt tungsten rods.
Yeah.
And you're like, but I don't want to like rip the ethanol molecules apart itself.
Okay. Yeah.
I can make paint thinner or cyclopentane or something
Yeah.
horrendous, and you obviously don't want that.
Yeah. Totally.
But yeah, there's like the analytical purification side.
Yeah.
And then there is like the actual flavor finish.
Yeah.
So we unfortunately have to taste every batch, and it requires.
Yeah. Unfortunately, terrible life.
There are plenty of days.
Well,
where-
no, if it's bad, it actually is rough. If you're
There are,
over
like-
there and
there are plenty of days where you're like, it's 9:30 in the morning. We
Yeah.
have to get this next batch out. We have to make sure here's the analytical reductions. We've done well. We can test for that with
Yeah.
chromatography and mass spectroscopy. But you're like, I really also have super small amount of trace citric acid, and the proof itself is like the only actual after fact that I can tinker with.
yeah.
You can technically put up to 2 grams of sugar in
Yeah.
vodka without disclosing it, but we don't do it.
Okay, yeah.
Just because, why do that?
Yeah. Totally.
But surprisingly, like the difference, and then you have half a proof up or down from what your published proof is. So if you're 80 proof, you can actually release it at 79.5 or 80.5.
Gotcha, yeah.
Or somewhere in between. And surprisingly, really annoyingly, like those like trace differences are super significant.
Oh, really?
Like you add one like milliliter of water
Yeah.
to a bottle of vodka and let it sit overnight, and it will taste different.
Wow. Interesting. Yeah.
Like,
So how sophisticated do you think your palate is? Right. Like, well, first of all, maybe from when you started till now. Like, could I line up some vodkas and you could tell me like, oh man, this is the proof. Here's the impurities. Like,
no, I mean, I use chromatography to really
Okay,
track
okay.
that
See,
down. But
you're a scientist.
I can definitely like track down different flavor components.
Yeah.
You can make vodka also. Everyone thinks odorless, flavorless,
Mm-hmm.
blank canvas, and you can actually really make it like very thin, kind of water-like, or you can make it very thick, like
Mm-hmm.
full body. And so when we're tasting, we're trying to kind of use the same vernacular that wine, wine tasters.
Yeah, yeah,
You're
totally,
like,
totally.
what's the body? What's the
Totally.
finish? How does it pull tannically? You
Yeah.
want something, that we found, you want something that your body subconsciously or consciously really identifies immediately as ethanol, and then you're very pleasantly surprised in the like finish of it versus like, is this water? And you're like, not water, but that
No,
was good.
totally. Gotcha. Yeah.
So, and we can, with our tooling, we can make both versions. We choose about like 80% to full body. So we think of like, hey, this is a light cab of vodka in terms of body versus, something like a Pinot or
Totally.
thin, kind of a little more tannic.
Yeah. Interesting. So for all other companies out there that are doing, manufacturing alcohol, vodka, maybe even specifically, like the process you're doing, is anyone else doing this stuff, or are you kind of out in this,
There are people who are exploring different tech advances.
Okay.
We have obviously the benefit of having had 26 people working on this for 5 years.
Totally. Yeah.
And the data set.
Yeah, you somehow tricked the government into paying you to learn how to make a pure vodka.
Yeah, pure.
Yeah, pure. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, we're pretty confident that we're at least the bleeding edge.
Okay, nice.
I think, yeah. I mean, we're also, the anecdotal, what we can market is what you end up marketing. And you're like, hey, we win awards. We're 2-time USA Today's best craft vodka distillery. We're, gold medals in New York International, San Francisco World Spirits, Sunset International, Beijing International.
Wait. So first of all, I've not been in. There's it's like a vodka competition. Like
like wine. Wine enthusiast. We're a wine enthusiast 2024 Best Buy.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Yeah.
And that's actually for like we have 2 gins too. So we have a GM gin and a GN gin.
Nice.
Those are also wine enthusiast Best Buys.
Nice.
The tech layers.
Nice. Well, maybe let's dive into, because there's another whole half of this, right? We're talking just crazy. The science part is so wild. I mean, you somehow, I keep saying, try to like, I'm like the joke, like you trick the government into into figuring out how to make very intense alcohol through science. But there's also like the IP side of it, right? So like, when did you first join Bored Ape? When did you first start saying, hey, maybe I can start using my IP?
So this is actually I love kind of telling this part of it because it was like our discovery. We're sitting here. What we did is we were frustrated by like the pain points of the craft brand we created. Like, why is it hard to launch a brand in LA without huge amounts of marketing dollars, which is industry standard? Like, why am I getting kickback when I'm 500 miles away from home? Like, no one gives a shit about your craft brand unless you give them a reason to or blast it down their face.
Totally.
And so basically we were thinking about making memes in alcohol. And because I was having a conversation with the head buyer for Safeway or Rayleigh's in California. Yeah. And we had just gotten Vodka of the Year in San Francisco. And he was bringing us into the whole set, which is a couple hundred stores. Yeah. Which is great thing you want to happen. But I was like, hey, Anthony, you know my backstory, you know where I'm coming from. Like, how do I make this go faster? And he like chuckled and was like, you don't make this go any faster. Like, we've never brought a younger brand in. Yeah. And let me put it this way. If your best friend was like the main buyer for Costco on the Eastern Seaboard, like he brought in a pallet to every store, it would look like a $5 million PO, but your brand would die because the vodka wouldn't sell through and you'd never get back into Costco again. Gotcha. Yeah. And it was like winter of 2020 and Dogecoin was going off. And I was what if I just put a dog on this, called it Doge Vodka, and put Vodka of the Year on it? He's like, well, I'll take 100 cases today, but probably not in 2 months. And so that like kind of like sparked this like, all right, let's make some memes. We just don't want to like do a name for gains grab. Love the Dogecoin Foundation. Don't want to like appropriate community sentiment. Yeah. And you're like, how do you make this authentic? Like, how could you integrate something real in blockchain, some element of it? Oh, these NFTs are going off. Hadn't really like been paying a lot of attention to it, but you're like, how could we like append an NFT to a physical bottle? How could you like really kind of bridge this? And my mind was being like blown on the implications for commerce, like week after week after week. And I'm like, fuck, Dan, like we gotta do something, or I'm just gonna like abandon everything else. Like
Yeah,
I'm not
yeah,
going to
yeah.
get in the car and go do another sales day. if
Yeah,
I'm,
yeah,
like,
totally, yeah, yeah.
Thinking about like what this actually means for commerce, what blockchain can actually do and will do long term.
Yeah.
For like CRMs, like
Yeah, yeah.
Odyssey program, Starbucks, it's starting, but literally like nobody we could find was talking about it in 2021. So we're like, how do we integrate this?
Yeah.
And we basically decided to set up a like little company. We put a little money together in a pile and said, hey, we're gonna like basically hire a couple people, help kind of build out these tools and build a physical product integration studio. Had basically produced one of the first QR to Mint protocols that was released commercially. We partnered with our local humane society, put out a 1,500 bottle collection in grocery stores, like commercial grocery stores with NFTs on them.
Yeah, yeah.
So we hired a local artist. Those NFTs got you access to a Jazz and Brew Fest that the Truckee Tahoe Humane Society puts on every year, and token gated discounts on a direct to consumer site. Our mint through rate was horrendous. I mean, I basically hand sold most of these in grocery stores, so I wouldn't burn my partner, my supplier, or retail partnerships.
No, totally,
And I like handed out my card to like most people. I'm like, hey, this is a little heady. Call me if you have any questions. I will walk you through this.
Totally.
And I think our mint through rate on the physical bottles, people don't scan QR codes anyways. Very often on the back of anything, but it was like 3 or 4%.
Okay, yeah.
Like, all right, maybe the collection's, I don't know, 40 or 50.
Yeah. Yeah. Good learning lesson.
Good learning,
you
good learning.
gotta-
But it was a really kind of cool checkbox.
Yeah,
We
totally,
had-
totally.
And we were, I basically bought my ape in July of 2021. So I didn't mint, but I bought him specifically for like to be a meme alcohol spokesperson.
Yeah, totally,
So
yeah.
trait specific.
Yeah.
Sailor Gary is
Yeah.
just a degenerate.
Yeah. When was the first, what was your interaction with the community right before you did that, right? Were you going in there like saying, who's here building? What's going on? And then like trying to talk to other people using their IP or?
It was like, like pandemic,
Yeah.
post-pandemic time. I was part of like a weekly like meetup called Blockchain and Booze.
Oh, cool. Awesome.
And I was like, oh, these are my people. These are a bunch of people like working on alcohol infrastructure, maybe some supply chain,
Yeah.
On chain. And it was just people.
No, they're
meeting.
drinking. They're drinking and talking
They're
about
like,
the bags are going up.
Let's have a cocktail and pour it out. And I don't know where I saw him, but I heard Blau talking about like the IP side of this. I wasn't swooping up NFTs as my mainstay here. But it really just like it sparked some really cool idea. And I wasn't even really thinking about the long-term like IP side of it.
Yeah.
It was just like, hey, here's a meme spokesperson.
Yeah.
There's enough froth going around. I actually bought a kennel club the day after it came out.
Oh, really? Okay,
and
nice,
and I bought my dog in June, right before the ape. And then I'm like, what the hell am I doing? Because we were making a Doge vodka anyways.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a Shiba Inu.
Yeah, it's the
Kennel
same
Club,
day.
so,
Yeah.
that was kind of like the genesis. And then we put out a couple commercial products. We built another tool, which was like the first single-use Shopify checkout experience generated on chain. So
Oh,
we
cool.
sold normal products in grocery stores to Web 2 people with blockchain. And then we sold some Doge vodka, which via an NFT, you got your NFT. You could go claim your bottle one time. We fronted the gas. Again, horrendous UI UX. We're not marketing geniuses yet.
Yeah.
Discovery,
You're learning. You got to
discovery learning.
Yeah, you had to get out there and fail a couple times to figure out all those
Yeah.
lessons too. Yeah.
And it was kind of in the middle of all this that the light bulb went off, and you're like, this the IP side is going to onboard, cartoon monkeys and cartoon penguins brought into a physical object are going to onboard millions of more people than like talking about remittance payments and
Yeah. Totally. Yeah.
and it was like
No, RWA. No, sorry.
yeah, exactly. So it was, hey, we had our, Sailor Gary on the back of bottles or on like a little insert in the Doge vodka.
Yeah.
So everything kind of had this like, okay, you're like, we should have just put apes on the front of this. Like, a long time ago when we were running these, running around to different events anyways to kind of talk about this, our physical product studio, and here's an example because we have the vertical to do that anyways. It's easier not to have to like. Of course, you have the alcohol regulation side, which is
a little rough too. Yeah.
But we basically we're like getting product to different venues across the country as kind of one-offs for the event. Hey, you're hosting a party at this club. We have distribution. We can get it there, but we don't have sales reps in New York or Miami because our craft brand wouldn't make any sense there. Yeah. But we'd have like venues hit us up and say, hey, you guys sponsored an event a couple weeks ago. We had like 2 or 3 extra bottles, and now we have patrons who just only want your monkey vodka. How do we reorder? And it was like, holy moly. Like, you know, I've been submitting my craft brand to Total Wine, like in a kind of attrition cycle. You're just like, every 3 months, you just write another follow-up.
Yeah,
like,
of course.
Nice to see you.
Just touching base again. Just touching base. Just
same email, just copy and paste.
Yeah.
And so we have that in California. It was like preliminarily approved for a couple other West Coast states. I sent them Doge, a sample of the Doge vodka, and they're like 14 states live.
Wow.
And I'm like, great, but also like this is super non-parallel path of my like traditional distillery. Like
totally,
I want to like. It's not even in like a great path for like leveraging Web3 physical products tools, but it has legs, pun intended.
There's that. How do people become loyal to like a particular liquor brand? Right? It's like you might start from a like
punching.
Yeah. Well, it's like I do feel like it's one of those things like you might like so you can start with something catchy or whatever. Someone shows off something fancy, this that. But then it's gonna be whatever you like to drink eventually, right? It does come down to taste and drink.
It comes down to marketing.
Okay.
It's all pre-filtered through your cognition.
Really? Okay. Yeah.
Unfortunately, good stuff doesn't necessarily sell itself.
Yeah.
In any context. It's.
Yeah. Okay. That's actually interesting because
It's a national brand, a national alcohol like distilled spirit, national rollout. Yeah. Costs industry around $40 to $80 million. Oh my God. And has like a 20% sticking rate.
Yeah.
So you see like Snoop Dogg's gin.
Yep.
Conor McGregor's whiskey. You're like, we're swinging the bat. We're using best industry marketing practices. Yeah. We're matching velocity and distribution, which is super important.
Yeah.
And we need to manufacture sell-through rate until it tracks.
Yeah,
it's not going to organically track. You're going to geofence the actual grocery store, send targeted push ads to anybody who has their location data on. Yeah. And the way all grocery stores are kind of set up in the U.S. is they're built to service a specific population of 25 to 50,000 people. And so you're assuming you're getting repeat customers if you're pushing them ads for, 6 to 16 weeks. And at some point, you've converted enough people that your sell-through rate off that shelf is sustainable. Yeah. But if you don't get there, you're going to get rolled from that store and you're never going to get
totally.
Back.
Yeah. I was just thinking randomly because I haven't really pondered this too much because I'm not in the alcohol industry. But like one day, all of a sudden, Casamigos was on the outside of every single convenience store, liquor store, grocery store. There was always a sign. Yep. And it just hit me one day. I'm like, what the heck? This thing is in front of everything. And then guess what? I tried it. Yeah. It worked. I was like, okay. Give me,
right?
And they were like, George Clooney. And I was like, okay, all right.
Like, this name seems familiar. What is that?
Yeah. So like someone like Casamigos, well, they got acquired actually, right? So I can't remember. Was the push before? I can't remember if it was everywhere before or after. I can't even I'm not keeping track of time. Both. Yeah.
I mean, you're millions, tens to hundreds of millions of dollars in well executed marketing.
Yeah. So they seem like they're one that's successful, right? In my mind, I don't know, Snoop and Connor, how have they been successful in your mindset? Or I don't know.
I mean, Snoop is such an incredible entrepreneur.
Yeah,
he has, his hands in.
Yeah. Well, he also
100 verticals.
He can sell gin. He has the song. He's got it. Like
he has 19 the fact crimes. That he's hanging out with Martha.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Geez. Oh man. Yeah.
No, I think Snoop can do it.
Yeah.
He has a Click vodka, which I've never seen on a commercial shelf.
Okay. Yeah.
But
the gin. Could work. Okay. Yeah.
Like, hey Snoop, if you're listening.
Yeah.
I got Doge vodka.
Hey, come on, Snoopy's Bored Ape. Come on now.
Gin, let's go.
Come on now. I saw him perform at Ape Fest. Right? Come on now. Yeah. Nice. Yeah, so when you're actually like deciding like what to actually put on the bottles here, right? Were you like picking your ape before and immediately thinking like, okay, cool, what is gonna match or what's gonna be? Same with like the dog.
At first it was like, let's ship it. You know, we're
Yeah,
gonna
okay,
ask our friends. You know, we have a handful of assets between our team, between, you know, Kennel Club assets and ape assets, mutant assets. And so we're like, okay, we can put together like a little 12 pack or something.
Yeah, yeah.
We don't have to deal with the licensing consideration. But then we're like, hey, these are all our friends. Like, do you want your ape? I can't really like promise you any rev share because we don't have a great model laid out for it yet. But if it ever tracks, like, I don't want to steal other people's IP and then cash out and be like, peace, bye.
Yeah.
So you're like, but basically we have like over 30 signed assets.
Okay, cool.
On board. We're doing a label redesign right now, kind of modernizing that, playing around with what Made by Apes is going to have us print.
Okay, yeah, actually, maybe we can talk about it. You know, so Made by Apes, you know, it's I mean, it's still new. It's still coming out. Like, so now they've announced like 2.0, essentially, right?
2.0, Ape Chain is coming online. We were selected as one of the like 10 original launch partners because we had been building in the IP space for a couple of years prior to that. I think it's in its infancy still.
Yeah.
You know, everyone, you know, thinks I've been in blockchain for 3 years. We're like, there's a lot of growing up to do. And a lot of different sectors here. In 2021, like you couldn't find a good Web3 event that was grown, and like, you know, people in events saw, you know, a market void and walked in. I mean, the first yacht club, you know, the Bored Ape Yacht Club had an open bar on a boat with no food. Mistakes were made. You know?
Yes.
It was not like, fuck you guys, you fucked up. It was just like, oh yeah, like, hey, we need that. And we realize when there's drunk people with no, you know, can't get off.
People were drunk. I might have got a little drunk on that first yacht too. Okay, I remember. I brought. It was funny. All the apes. That first one. I remember. Bought out some real nice sneakers. I busted out some fresh, and that top thing was so muddy. It was so. I walked out of there. I cooked a pair of I could have sold. You know, but that and it was funny. That first Ape Fest 2 was funny. They didn't tell anyone that James Murphy from LCD Sound System was DJing. And there's just a couple people dancing, and I'm like, guys, brag about this. This is killer. I was having.
The founders were there, like.
Oh no, totally. Actually, I was lucky because randomly I got I was getting to hang out with the founders actually at that one up on the top roof just through random circumstances. A friend had got hot, and it was so funny because I'm like, no one knew it's them. And they were just like, I was like, literally like, Gordon, like, what the fuck does this feel like? He's like, what the hell? This is surreal. They don't know. They don't know who I am. Right. You know, like a weird world even think about and ponder. Yeah. And I actually went to the first Bored Ape meetup ever too. Was in Venice. That's actually that's why I'm in Venice still doing meetups. And I remember it was like one of those things where I get there, I'm like, who the fuck am I about to meet here? Who am I gonna talk? And no joke, I see a bunch of those people still regularly. Some of them weekly. It is wild how like.
Absolutely. That's such a rich element of it. It's just like see people from totally different walks of life.
Totally.
You know, and you're like, I see you again. I'm like, I'm going to go see my Web3 family.
Well, I remember leaving that first meetup and telling people like, it's like, well, who are you meeting? Who are they? And I was like, okay, so we have like, there's coders, there's entrepreneurs, there's poker players, there's real estate people. It was like, there was like a mix of jobs, but it was always like, everyone was like hustling of some sort. You know what I mean? It wasn't a group of like, just sit around and hang out. Everyone there was like, I got ideas, I got things. So Made by Apes, since you've been working with them, what's that process been like then?
There's a lot of people in the ape ecosystem who are really kind of, their brand position is like really leveraged specifically off the Made by Apes protocol.
Yeah.
I think it's like a good infrastructure rail right now to be putting like documenting like who's authentically building.
Yep.
But it doesn't really address the like, what has this asset done? What is, what is like, if I'm going to buy a monkey and it's, been featured on a water brand and, in Times Square. And like, that's also the information I want to know. Yeah. Is this like, is this monkey conflated with some other unsavory things, and I'm about to like put it on some beef jerky or something. Yeah. Like, that's important to know. And totally. I think there's still like, again, just a lot of growing up to do and like how that comes together. And you guys have been, going through its own growing pains. Yeah, a little bit. Swapping out CEOs and back.
Yeah, a little bit.
I think they're headed in the right direction.
Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say like it's one of those things where this is also brand new. What 2.0 is gonna even be like. We haven't seen like majorly successful brand like branch outside to like the Web 2 world or whatever you want to call it.
I mean, outside of Pudgy. And
Outside of okay.
hand it out to Luca.
Jeez, Pudgy. I mean that Bayonet commercial. I was like, Jesus Christ, the ETH ETF Pudgy. You could have not told me that was the direction it was going to go here. So, well, actually, it's interesting. What do you think that? How did Luca get that win so big? What do you think? Just
he's a hard fucking worker.
Oh yeah,
I've only met him a couple times.
Yeah.
Here and there through events, but it's a swing. You got to swing at it.
Yeah.
I was talking to Hero, who's in the ape community, who did like 1 million T-shirt placement through Walmart.
Yeah.
And he's like, basically, you put together a super clean deck, and you harass the shit out of everybody who could possibly get you in front of the right person to make a decision.
Yeah.
They then whittle you down on price point, and you make it or you don't.
Totally. Yeah.
You're like, and you either have a model where you're like, I'm going to make money on a one-off sale, or I'm going to try to turn this into something that's like a longer-term revenue play. And so I think everybody with different brands, has to look at what their actual addressable market is. Look where they're trying to, push products to.
Totally.
Our long-time strategy is to push Web3 IP to Web2 people. I mean, sell niche luxury one-offs to a finite 500,000, quarter million person community max. I want to, put this in commercial grocery stores and tap into the, traditional $600 billion market and have, $25, $30 bottles of vodka in every grocery store in the world in 10 years.
Yeah. Well, it's super interesting. It's one of those things where like you started, like it's like started from making a good product, but then it's nothing. It's like half, right? It's not it might even be all half, right? So now you're in this like marketing world, and it's like, there's two sides, because there's this whole community around apes too, where you have other people that are kind of marketing for you or against you in a way.
Yeah.
Right.
Absolutely.
And there's this like stress of like,
It is. I mean, there is something brilliantly refreshing about blockchain, and that like there is such a rising tide mentality. Like people who don't drink alcohol, who are in Web3, I feel them support me.
Yeah.
They want to see me succeed because it accomplishes something fundamental to like the rest of the ecosystem.
Totally. Yeah.
So it's where traditional alcohol is obviously super
PvP.
I mean, you have basically, call it hundreds of builders.
Yeah.
Building, in an overlapping IP space. Like the world hasn't seen it.
No, totally. Yeah.
And it's a.
Yeah, Disney would not be letting everyone just do whatever they want with Mickey. And I got a brand over here. I'm going to make a brand over here. Hey, I'm on Twitter doing spaces talking shit with So like you've gone through a lot of lessons. You learn a bunch here. Discovery, exactly. It's always learning. Okay, as long as you phrase it as learning here. Like if anyone else is going to get into this space and like try and actually build something with their IP, what's like advice you could give them of like, we've done this. I'm going to save you some time.
Yeah.
Like,
come up with what the revenue model looks like. Yeah. A lot of people.
I guess you got to make money. Damn it, dude.
Look at what your traditional business like. Yeah. Is it a business or is it a hobby or is it a project?
Totally.
Do you want to do something to accomplish it? Like put a product in a grocery store with a QR code on it? Like sure, I can lose money doing that if I'm establishing provenance.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna kill myself. If I keep trying to do this over and over and. Why is the bank account going down? Because you're like, because this is horrendous. We're literally like putting 4 extra stickers to cover a QR code, and it was just, we're all just chopping little shit. Anyways.
Yeah. Simple lesson is like the IP is not going to just make you money.
The IP is not going to make you money, and you have to be willing to play a long game.
Totally.
Especially when Made by Apes came out, you saw a bunch of people like jump and like, oh, I'm going to buy a mutant now, and launch a sticker company or launch a clothing company, and you're like, it's not an overnight thing. Totally. And again, like addressable market is a real thing.
Totally.
Like there are 13,000 ape and mutant holders around there. Like how many people are going to buy?
Totally.
And if they don't buy, what is that? What are the implications?
We're just going to sell each one of those guys $100,000 bottle of gin. Right. That's made with the craziest science you've ever heard. DARPA back. Yeah, it's the other way. Nice. So, if you're a person who actually wants to, try this, like, you actually want to drink the liquor.
Yeah, yeah.
Right? How would you get a hold of it, and how does it work?
Spiritpunks.io.
Nice.
Where we just got boardvodka.com.
Oh, nice, nice.
So we're doing a site build.
Nice.
And direct to consumer in 38 states.
Nice. That's pretty decent chunk too. Nice.
Yeah, most of Europe.
Oh wow, nice, nice. Interesting.
So that's through another like ape.
Oh, cool.
Partner.
That's great, actually. That's another interesting part, I guess, about the ape world. It's like, boom, you got a partner. Like, it's in Europe. They can help hook you up and whatnot.
Come to a Web3 event anywhere in the world, and we'll probably have some product there. And
Nice. Yeah, that's the last one. For anyone who puts on events, how would I make sure I get that product for one of those events? You know what I mean?
Slide into my DMs.
Okay.
Baby.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Okay, well, before we just wrap up here, any other shout outs, any other thing you want to say? Like, hey, here's where to find me. Here's what we're doing next. What to look forward to.
Yeah, ape1926 on Twitter, spiritpunks _ on Twitter. Check us out. I mean,
beautiful.
If you don't know who we are, haven't seen us, you haven't been here.
Yeah, you haven't been around. Exactly. I've been to a lot of events, and I've seen. I've drinking this a couple times. You've probably given me a couple nights that I might have regret what I've done before here. But thanks for coming through. That was fun. We're gonna. Seriously, it's the story of like DARPA DoD into vodka gin is like just seriously so wild here. So
the world.
Yeah.
Right?
Thanks for sharing. All right, we'll see you guys soon for a little bit more. Thank you again.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jerry. Okay, guys, they're releasing me, okay? So that was all today. We'll be back tomorrow. We got some good ones lined up tomorrow. I'm hoping, there's rumors we're going to talk to Domo tomorrow. That's going to be insane. We're going to talk BRC20 and all that kind of fun stuff and some other people, but we're done for the night. Thank you, everyone. We're all going to go get drunk here and, I don't know, talk about Bitcoin. So, bye. See you guys next time.